Welcome back, Crime Spies. How are you on Tuesday? Tuesday, September 25th.
Sorry, calendar on Apple Watch only goes out 7 days.
I didn't ask you a question, Siri. Well, welcome. We are... Crime Spies decided to get fancy and turn her whole desk around. So then, you can have like a generic background. Crime Spies is stupid. I should have just left it the way it was. I thought, oh, this will be lovely. I can look out the window and, hopefully control the lighting better. And this is a whole everything is all messed up. Don't know where to put the camera. Don't know where to put the TVs and screens. But we are here for you. Today we're kind of wrapping up a couple things. First off today is oh goodness. And I put the lamp on top of the TV. Not very smart, Crime Spies. Okay, let's see. We have music, maybe. I can tell you this much. I love that OBS. Everything is just so much more smooth with it. Piano? Ding, ding, ding. So today we're wrapping up a couple cases. Or I guess they're not wrapping them up. Well, this one. So Taylor Schabusiness, I think, was maybe like the fifth trial I covered, fourth or fifth. She's the woman from Wisconsin that her supposedly best friend, Shad Thyrion, they were really good friends all the way through elementary school. And one night they went and I think they were like injecting, I want to say it was trazodone in their veins. I don't know why. But they ended up going back to his house, which was his mother's house in the basement. And apparently he didn't normally live there. He would just come, on occasion, do laundry, what have you. And, they got downstairs. Schabusiness and him got down to business and took out some dog collars and decided, oh, this will be a great idea to strangle each other. Well, apparently he started coughing up blood, etc. And she just kept going. Well, that's not the end of the horror show. Then after he was dead, she decided it'd be a good idea to, have one final, ride on the roller coaster, I guess. I guess that's kind of callous of me. I shouldn't say that. But before she proceeded to chop him up in bits, she took some of his bits out to the car, her truck, her minivan. Some of the bits she left in a bucket, his head, along with some other pieces, in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs, and apparently she got too tired and forgot to go back in and grab the bucket. She wanted to bring some things with her. It's just terrible. And you know what else really gets me with this gal here is she was under the court's supervision for something or other, and they were supposed to be monitoring her. I think she got some kind of work release program thing. So she was actually supposed to be monitored. This happened in the middle of the week. I think a Tuesday or a Wednesday. Good gravy. So there's that. I'm looking at the other screen right now. It's supposed to start any time here, a few minutes. They've got a beautiful picture of the exit. Let me demonstrate for you. So we got a nice exit screen. So that's the first thing we're going to do today. Second thing is closing arguments in the Gareth Purcell's trial are to begin today. I'm assuming when the court opens at, I think it's 9 or 9:30 Pacific time, which translates to 11 11:30ish my time. I think I put it on as an 11 o'clock start. So there's that. For the politics side, there is a subcommittee hearing on violent crime in Chicago. That started actually already. I was thinking about doing it later as a rewatch. I don't know how many people are interested in that. And the other thing that I wanted to possibly cover, I know Crime Spies says all the time, I no longer want to cover live trials, but the one Take Care of Maya trial in Florida, Kowalski versus St. John's All Children's Hospital. I watched the documentary series on Netflix over the weekend, and it is horrible what happened there. And I was kind of thinking maybe that would be something the Rumble audience would be interested in, only because it does pertain to St. John's. Even though it's St. John's All Children's Hospital, it does pertain to St. John's. And we all know St. John's' involvement with the Gates Foundation in the Plandemic Event 201. Good morning, Cindy Burke. I'm all mixed up over here on Crime Spies. I turned my desk around thinking, oh, that'd be kind of nice, not to have to, worry about the background. And no, I don't know. I'm all confused. It's like starting new all over again. So good morning, Cindy Burke. How are you? Are you going to be covering, or are you going to be following? Well, I don't know if you got the beginning of this, but we're going to do the Schabusiness sentencing. And for those of you who did watch the Taylor Schabusiness trial, there was two phases to it. The first was obviously to determine whether she was guilty. Second was to determine whether or not she was not guilty by reason of insanity, and they discovered that she was not. Then the second thing we're going to cover today, so this is the sentencing. We're waiting for the screen again. And it's not there. So we wait. Then the second thing is closing arguments today in the Gareth Pursehouse trial. So we're going to be wrapping up that one. Oh, I'm good. I'm hoping you are well. Yes, I am well, other than being completely out of my element. I'm one of those people that kind of gets used to things, and then I think, oh, it's going to be better if I do it differently. And then I do it differently, and I'm not satisfied. So we'll see how this goes. What I really should do is, since the triplets started their senior year, like they're never home. One of my daughters has a really big giant room. So I'm kind of thinking, wonder if she'd mind if I just pushed all her stuff to one side and then put all my stuff on the other side. I mean, she's not home anyway. We will see. Let's see, what else? Oh, so what I'm really trying to get at is that Take Care of Maya trial. Today is day 3. It's in Florida, so it starts nice and early. But I was kind of thinking of covering that trial. Now, here's my big conundrum. Number one, it's a long day. And are people really watching some of these other trials the long day? But then, would it be better to do a recap? And if I do a recap, is it just like nuts and bolts and no clips? Or should I clip certain parts out? I know this morning when I tuned in, it was Maya actually on the witness stand. I don't know. Take Care. It's such a sad story. Yes. Did you watch the Netflix documentary, Cindy Burke? I'm actually, and another reason I kind of wanted to cover it, and here's the thing, you got to watch it somewhere. So number one, where are people watching it? The problem is if I watch through like Long Crime or Court TV or something, there are so many thousands of people in the chat. It's really hard to have a conversation with anyone as, the testimony goes. I'm just so torn because I really do want to cover it. It's one of those David and Goliath kind of trials, in my opinion, because, here's this family. For starters, they've waited, 6 years to finally take this to trial? It's my understanding. So, you got St. John's Hospital, the Goliath, against David. The Kowalskis, David. You didn't see the Netflix documentary, but saw another creditor. Who did you watch do the deep dive on it? I watched the Netflix documentary over the weekend. It was, I want to say it's 2 hours long, and I was bawling my eyes out at the end of it. It is so sad. Like, the mother had no option. No one was listening to her. She wanted her daughter out so badly. They had a hearing because the parents were not allowed to see Maya, specifically the mother. I think the dad was getting some limited visitation and the brother was. And they had a hearing. The judge, they went to a hearing, and it was to determine whether or not the mother could, resume seeing her daughter. The judge denied it, and then her attorney asked the judge if she could at least go to the hospital and give Maya a hug, and the judge said no. And I think she killed herself the next day. Attorney Melanie Little, thank you so much for that referral. I'm going to go take a look at that. That's another thing. I mean, there's so many great content creators out there that do deep dives. Grizzly True Crime is one. Gazella, I love her. So it's like, and then there's other crimes that aren't getting as much attention. So, but I do kind of want to watch that. I'm just so torn. Thank you very much for that referral. You follow her as well. Okay, good. Well, and that's another thing. So some of the really great people, like Ian Runkle is one I love. Oh my God. Cindy Burke. Ian Runkle, I want to say it was Sunday, did kind of a cold. Yeah, there is so much going on right now. And then, let me finish about Ian. He did the opening statements in the Maya trial. So I saw the documentary Sunday morning. And then I know Peter from Tragos Law did a little something about it. But Ian Runkle had like a 2, or maybe it was like 4 hours Sunday night where he went over the opening. He played the opening and the closing statements. And he had skimmed through it previously. So what was interesting about it is as we were watching it, we were getting his reaction in real time. And it was really good. Now, granted, I'm biased. I love Ian Runkle. I think he's awesome. But, so like, for example, why would I want to do a recap on that when I can just say, here, for the opening statements, go visit Ian Runkle. Or for an overview, go see attorney Melanie Little. So both of those are attorneys. The interesting thing I find, in my opinion, with people that are not attorneys is then you're getting more of like, how is the evidence presented? How is the evidence that's presented affecting like the jury? Like, I always think when a community like us watches some of these trials unfold, it's kind of like, like if we were on the jury, how is the jury going to react? That's my opinion. And I do like the critical thinking skills involved. You know what I mean? Well, I can see they're not starting on time. That's okay. So there's that one. there's a lot of people doing the Delphi one. So why would I even bother? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. We're still getting our sea legs over here on Crime Spies. Let's see what's going on over in Rumble. So today I think
AG1 gives you high-quality daily
they
nutrition
must be starting.
that helps cover gaps in your diet in one simple scoop.
Hello over on Rumble. Thank you so much for the thumbs up over there. Okay, well, they gave me a commercial in my ears, so I'm assuming that means they're going to be starting here soon. It'd be interesting to see, like, Purse House. I was actually kind of surprised not a lot of people were covering Purse House. That was another one that just gets to me. She was so beautiful and smart and talented and worked so hard to put herself through school. And then that jackass goes ahead and snuffs out her life because he's a jealous asshole. We don't mince words. That reminded me, I don't know if you were watching last week, day, I think it was 9 or 10. And there was a case probably 10 years ago that Ryan Poston, Shayna Huber was his girlfriend. He was a very successful, young, handsome attorney. It's very similar to that one. It's just so sad. What's wrong with people? Terrible. I'm addicted to Earl Grey tea, just so you know. At first, I didn't like it. It's like a black tea with a hint of lavender and orange. I know it sounds disgusting, but it's really good. It's very distinct. Never heard of the one from... Oh, yeah, Ryan Poston and Shayna Huber. I'll find you. And I think she got... I want to say she got 30 or 40 years. She did not get life. But it's kind of the same story. Young, good looking, successful. You know, in her case, she's a doctor. His case, he was an attorney. So much going for him. He was dating this girl. You know, trying to politely say, I'm sorry, but I'm going in another direction. He actually had, I want to say this was she was from Kentucky and he was from Ohio. That's what I'm thinking. Like right on the border. That's what I think. And he actually had a date with Miss Ohio that night. Yeah, life. Pearl, yeah. Yeah, Ryan here, let me find it for you. There's been several, like, snapped and some of those. Ryan Poston. Shayna Hubers. Let's see if we can... Yeah, it was 2012. Here, let me share this instead. We're waiting. Here. Yeah, so October 12th, 2012, Ryan Poston, an American attorney from Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, was shot to death by his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Shayna Hubers. Here she is, right here. Oh, she did get life. Wait a minute. Sentenced to life in prison. Why did I think that she only got like 30 years? Yeah. She's eligible to see the parole board in 14 years since she has already served 6 years in jail. So she's eligible for parole after 20 years. Isn't that disgusting? Here, I'll send this to you. Cincinnati. Yeah, it happened in Cincinnati, I think. Here. She's the one. Let me see. There's been, not sure what's going. Yeah, I know. People. I will try to find, like, I'm pretty sure it was on, like, Dateline. But then you've got, and I'm pretty sure it was on, like, Snapped. There's been a lot of true crime episodes about this. But it's kind of the same thing. Let's see. This is CBS News. We're still got the exit sign. Yeah, 48 hours. It says now playing. I'm not seeing anything playing. Oh, here. This must be the first one. I don't remember having her get in a new trial. But this, that one reminds me so much of this whole thing with Dr. Amy Harwick. Good looking, successful, young. How old was Ryan? I don't even remember. I want to say he was like in his early 30s. Yeah, October 12th, 2012. And I believe his whole entire family was attorneys. Yeah, here. Ryan hoped Shayna had finally gotten the message when he told her he wasn't going to see her that weekend of October 12th. What he didn't tell her was that he had a date with a world-class beauty, Audrey Bolte, Miss Ohio 2012. So she was Miss Ohio that year, whom he also met on Facebook. But he did tell Wagner, a former beauty pageant contestant herself, who knew she's very beautiful, personable, all that kind of stuff. Ryan and Miss Ohio were supposed to meet at a bar that Friday night, but Shayna showed up at his condo and Ryan never made it. So she claimed that he beat her. And then he had a lot of firearms around his house and she picked it up and started shooting. She's the one that in the interrogation video, Ryan apparently had wanted a nose job. And she's like, so I shot him right here in the face. I gave him the nose job he wanted. It's just... These people. And then she was singing. It's disgusting, these people. So the second link I sent you goes to this CBS one. Not terrible. Here we still have a nice exit sign over here. Not sure what's really going on there. Yeah, that's, you'll be able to find quite a few episodes. You know, I wish I could remember. Oh, there was another one. Okay, so in the, yeah, isn't that awful? You should watch. I'm sure there's got to be I know there has to be like Dateline 48 hours, 20 times. This was supposed to start at 9:30. It's my understanding. They had a commercial. Here, let's read other people's comments. This is just weird. I mean, if you're going to start at 9:30, you're going to start at 9:30. Maybe they're going to start at 10. I don't know. wonder if I can find like a trailer for you of the Shayna Hubers one. Let's see how long this one is. Hopefully YouTube doesn't take it down. They like to do that. I get a commercial in my ear. Well, there's 4,016 people watching on Long Crime, so we're all waiting. Okay, here. I'm going to have you watch this. Just 1 second here. Here. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Thank you. I did. Yeah, I did.
She's like, I did it. Isn't that terrible?
Reports exclusive. Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels. Now
Not sad, yeah, very sad. So that's one thing that totally mystifies me. She gets life in prison, but she's eligible for parole after 20 years. For taking the life of a very successful, handsome man who was just trying to get away, you know. And she was so obsessed. Ugh, terrible person. I'm going to see if I can find... I'm wondering... See, this is why I like to do these on a delay. But since it was a sentencing, I thought, oh, we'd be here and in and out. Quick like a bunny. I'm going to see... Oh, she did get a second trial in 2016, overturning her conviction on the basis that one of the jurors concealed a felony. Then she's incarcerated at Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women. Oh, Poston's murder has been featured on several television programs, including 2020, 48 Hours, Snapped, and It Takes a Killer, and then Hulu's Killer Cases in 2022. Here, I'll copy that and put it in comments. East. And Dateline has both, no, not Dateline, Peacock has both Snapped and Dateline. I'm pretty sure Dateline must have covered this. Okay, Schabusiness. Oh, I was also going to comment on the Schabusiness attorney. I forget what his name is. He was interviewed on Crime. Let me see if I can find. Maybe I put it over here. Right after she was sentenced. I'm telling you what. He tried his hardest. He had nothing to work with there. Nothing. And he, considering what a psychopath she was, he and her seemed to get along just fine. And he did. He tried. Nothing like sitting here going, I wonder when it's going to start. It's at 9:30. Let's see. Oh, there's other people. Still got the exit sign. Interview. Oh, yeah, she did. The attorney that she went to trial with was her new one. He's the one here, right here. Hold on a second. While we wait.
Wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees.
Okay, I'm going to play this
All
while
right,
we
joining
wait.
me this morning is the defense attorney for Taylor Schabusiness, Christopher Freilich. Thank you so much, Chris, for being with me. I want to first begin with your reaction to
So this was
one,
right
but
after
two
sentencing.
unanimous verdicts this week against your client, one for the murder of Shad Thyrion and then also denying and rejecting the fact that she suffered from a mental disease or defect at the time.
Yes, good morning. Obviously, we presented our best case. We had defense experts, forensic psychologist provide some testimony, but at the end of the day, the jury made their decision, entered their verdict that found her not to have a mental disease or mental defect.
What was your client's reaction to the verdicts?
I think she was really, I don't know if she necessarily understood what was going on. I think she was suffering from some mental health issues, some impairment, and the plan is to go and talk with her today to, fully discuss what happened at trial.
I do know that you had a competency hearing right before the trial started. You were hoping to show the jury that she was not competent to stand trial. Were you able to effectively communicate with her through the process this week?
Yes, I was. I was able to talk with her. As you saw during the trial, she didn't write notes, although she was able to interact with me. I think that she's a young lady that has many problems, many mental health challenges, and that's difficult.
Oh,
We've got action. Just started. There's no sound yet. Yeah, YouTube, we don't get any higher than that. There's no sound. Thank you for waiting, Cindy Burke. No sound. We're waiting for sound. I don't know. They're saying there's an outbreak of the Rona again. People take your vitamin C, your zinc, and your quercetin. Quercetin, well, you can't see. I used to point behind me at the Robert F. Kennedy Fauci book. It's on my Rumble channel. That whole book's 28-hour audiobook. But quercetin, okay, so you know how if you take zinc protects your cells from infection. The thing is zinc provides like a protective bubble around the cells. But if your cells are already infected, the zinc has no ability to penetrate it. So what the reference in the RFK Jr. book is quercetin is the gun and zinc is the bullet. So if you take quercetin with your zinc, then the cells that are infected, the quercetin allows the zinc to penetrate those cells, if that makes sense. So the analogy has always been quercetin is the gun and zinc is the bullet. The bullet can't get into the cells without the quercetin. So that, in conjunction with zinc, you have to take it at the same time, and vitamin C. That keeps you nice and healthy. Actually, this is disgusting, but that povidone, iodine, the brown stuff, you can get it without the brown. I don't mind the brown. But that also in the RFK Jr. book on a Q-tip, and I have allergies, so I just swizzle it up in my nose. And you let it sit for like a minute and then blow your nose. But that stuff works amazing because with any type of airborne virus, it goes up your nose. That's its point of entry. So now we've had our health lesson. What else can we learn today? Had our health lesson. I'm trying to decide, should I put now that I've turned my desk around. You're welcome. My grandmother was a nutritionist. She specialized in cancer patients. So, okay, hopefully now we're going to get some sound. There. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
Okay, I'll call 20 CF 998, 20 CF 1393, 22 CF 363. State appears by Deputy District Attorney Caleb Saunders. The defendant is here in person and with Attorney Freilich. We're on the court's calendar for sentencing hearing today, as well as sentencing on revocation on those earlier files. Is the state ready to proceed, Mr. Saunders?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Is the state ready to proceed?
We are.
Mr. Freilich?
Yes.
Okay. I've got a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report that was ordered by the court. I have a copy of the independent pre-sentence investigation report that Mr. Freilich had submitted. I've had an opportunity to read both. I've also got some submittals that were submitted by Mr. Freilich. So let me start with the pre-sentence investigation report that was ordered by the court. Mr. Saunders, did you get a copy of that?
I did.
Did you get a copy of the other documents, including Mr. Freilich's independent evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Freilich, did you get a copy of the PSI that was ordered by the court?
Yes, by the Department of Corrections, Your Honor. Yes, I did.
All right. Any changes or corrections?
No, I can tell the court that I did review that with my client this past Friday at the Brown County Jail for several hours. We went through the entire document, talked about it, talked about the recommendations that the Department of Corrections for the state of Wisconsin was making, and there are no changes.
All right. Then let me just get a sense of how the proceeding is going to work. Does the state have any witnesses you intend to call at the sentencing hearing today?
No witnesses. There is one victim impact statement that would like to be orally addressed to the court, but no witnesses per se.
Okay. Mr. Freilich, do you intend to call witnesses today?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And can you give me a sense of how many you intend to call?
Sure. One would be my client's grandmother, Esther Coronado. She resides in Temple, Texas, and I believe she would appear via Zoom with the court's permission. I have Dr. James O'Donnell here from Illinois, the toxicologist, pharmacologist. He would provide some testimony about the meth use and the effects of that. Valerie Armour, that's my client's cousin. She's here from Ohio with my client's great aunt, Roberta, but only Valerie Armour would provide testimony. And then I have my client's father brought here from the prison system via writ of habeas corpus to provide some testimony, and his name is Arturo Coronado.
Okay. My thought is, as long as we have witnesses, we should probably take the witnesses first rather than, and then once the witnesses have all testified, then we can receive argument from counsel. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that would mean, although we typically start with the state, that would mean we would turn to you, Mr. Freilich, because you're the only one with the witnesses. So if you want to call your first witness, you can do so.
Okay, before I do that, Your Honor, if I may, I did receive the independent pre-sentence investigation report. It's lengthy, contains an attached alcohol and other drug assessment. I reviewed that entire document, the evaluation and the report, with my client last evening at the Brown County Jail. We had a lengthy conversation, again, to talk about this case. And with that said, I would call Esther Coronado, my client's grandmother.
Okay. Is she coming in on the Galaxy Tab E?
I believe yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing that on my laptop, but I'm not seeing it on the screen. Okay. So, are you Ms. Coronado?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place you under oath, and then Mr. Freilich is going to have some questions for you, and the prosecutor may or may not have some questions. But I'm going to start by asking you to raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good. Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Ma'am, you are Esther Coronado,
Yes.
and what is your date of birth?
January 1st, 1942.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes.
Are you married to Juan Coronado?
Yes.
Okay. And where do you live, ma'am?
Temple, Texas.
And do you know Taylor Denise Schabusiness?
Yes.
Can you see her
She's
in,
my granddaughter.
what's that?
She's my granddaughter.
Okay. Can you see her here in court?
Yes, I do.
You've known her all of your life, correct?
Yes.
What is her father's name?
My father's name?
No,
Fidel.
no, Taylor's father. What's his name?
Oh, Arturo Coronado.
Okay. That's your son, correct?
Yes.
When Taylor was growing up as a young girl, did she live with you in Temple, Texas?
No. No. When she was growing up, we were in Illinois. And that's where, I took care of her.
You would take care of her when you lived in Illinois?
Yes.
Did you help care for her after she was born?
Yes.
Did there come a time when you moved to the state of Texas?
Yes. It was in 2004.
2004?
Yes.
And is that when you moved to the Temple, Texas area?
And no, we moved back home That's in Cotulla.
Did you ever live in Cotulla, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of fast forwarding, when your granddaughter, Taylor Schabusiness, got a little older, did there come a point in time where she gave birth to a baby?
Yes.
And what's the baby's name?
Mateo.
And where's Mateo right now?
He's with me.
The child lives with you in Texas?
Yes.
So you're caring for Taylor's child, correct?
Correct.
How old is the child?
He'll be 2 in October 3rd.
Was there a point in time where your granddaughter, Taylor Schabusiness, went into some kind of therapy or counseling or treatment program and then got released and then came to live with you before the baby was born?
I believe so.
Okay.
I do not know about what happened in Wisconsin. I only know that she wanted to have the baby with in Texas with me because I was the only family close to her.
Okay. And so she had the baby in Texas, correct?
Correct.
Was that in like October of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And when the baby was born, tell me a little bit about Taylor Schabusiness. Was she interacting with the baby? How did that go? Can you tell me about that?
Yes. Well, she was excited when she found out that about the baby. I know that when she came down, she wanted to be close to somebody, a relative. And so when she had the baby, she was very happy and loved that baby. But it didn't last very long because 24 hours later, CPS came and took the baby away.
When you say CPS, you mean Child Protective Services?
Yes.
Okay, please continue. We're going to say some more.
Yes, I was going to say that after that, well, it was very hard for her. And they had told her that, well, I was there with her when they came and took the baby away, but they said I couldn't bring him home because she was here at home. But she said she would rather go to a shelter so I could bring the baby home. But that didn't happen. She left from the hospital, went to a shelter, but the baby didn't come home to me until a month later.
Okay, so at the present time, you have the baby with you, correct?
Correct.
And you and your husband, Juan, are caring for the baby, correct?
Correct.
You sent me some photographs of Taylor Schabusiness, your granddaughter, with the baby after the child was born, correct?
Correct.
You sent me some pictures of her rocking the baby, kissing the baby's head, interacting with the baby, snuggling with the baby. Is that fair?
Yes, those pictures of her in the rocker, and that's when they would allow her to go, because he was placed with another family before he came to me, and they would allow her to visit with him with the permission of the court, and the people that were caring for that baby at that time would bring him over, and she would only have a few minutes, an hour maybe with the baby, and that's she would spend with him.
Okay. After the baby was born or prior to the baby being born, did your granddaughter Taylor go out and buy clothes for the baby, onesies, outfits, things of that sort?
Yes, she did. She did. We had everything prepared for the baby here at home, and her grandparents, her grandfather and aunt sent her a crib. We had the clothes, everything. We're waiting for the baby after she was released from the hospital, but she did not come home because CPS would not allow it. We couldn't bring the baby home either. He was placed with another couple, and they told her she had to have to live someplace else, so she went to a shelter, and she was there at a shelter. So I would be able to bring the baby home with me.
Okay.
So she never came home with me after the baby was born. From the hospital, the next day, she went to a shelter. But we did not bring the baby home because they had placed him with another family.
Okay.
So
But right now the baby is with you, correct?
right now the baby is with me.
And the plan is likely that you're going to have permanent custody or placement of the child with you and your husband, right?
Well, we're adopting him.
Okay.
We're adopting him. Taylor gave up her rights so that I could have Mateo, because we didn't want him going to anybody else, but to stay in the family.
Sure. Okay. From your observations of Taylor Schabusiness with the baby, did it appear that she was, connected with the baby, or can you give me any feedback on that?
Yes, she was. She loved her baby. She prepared the things for the baby. So, because she thought he was going to be coming home. She was setting up things for him, but he never got to come home, and she didn't get to come home either, because right from the hospital, she went to a shelter, and we came home, but we didn't bring the baby with us. He didn't come home to us till about a month later.
Okay. Some other questions for you. Do you have a close connection with Taylor Schabusiness, you and your husband Juan?
Yes.
I think you sent some pictures of you and your husband Juan with Taylor Schabusiness in the middle. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
You both love each other very much. Is that fair?
Yes. We went to visit her in Wisconsin. That's where we took the pictures, because she had her own apartment. She was doing well, and we went to see her, and that's when we took the pictures.
Okay. When she was living in Wisconsin, was she working at a cheese factory, Saputo Cheese? Do you remember?
Yes, she was. She was working there. She was doing good. So after that, I don't know. We communicated back and forth. She would call every week, and then later on, I didn't hear from her for a while until she told me, that about the baby, and she wanted to come and be with me so she could have the baby. And I told her that would be fine. So
Okay.
She came down to Temple.
Okay. She graduated from high school in Texas, correct?
Correct.
And that was at Cotulla High School?
Yes.
And I looked at some reports and records that she may have graduated in 2016. Is that about accurate?
I think so. I don't remember, but it probably is correct.
And when she was attending Cotulla High School, did she live with you in Texas?
Yes, she did.
Okay. How long did she live with you before she graduated from high school in Texas?
Oh, maybe about a year and a half.
And during the time that she lived with you for a year and a half prior to her graduation, did you note any problems with drug use or other issues?
No. No, I didn't notice any of that.
Okay. And when she lived with you in Texas, was she involved in any kind of sports or activities at all, like soccer or swimming or anything like that?
No, because it was almost her last year. So what she did was she just worked. She got several jobs there, just working maybe like a Dairy Queen. It's a small town. There's not that much work there. So she would work at different places.
Okay. Do you know if she was on any kind of medication at all when she lived with you in Texas before she graduated high school?
I believe so, but I really don't know what kind of medication she was on.
You talked to some probation agents or professional people from the Wisconsin Department of Corrections when the pre-sentence report was prepared, correct? You were interviewed?
Now?
Yeah.
Okay.
When this report was done, did you get interviewed by someone from the Department of Corrections?
No.
Okay.
I got interviewed by 3 persons that said they work with you, but I don't know if that was true or not. I don't. But I was interviewed by 3 someone that said they worked for you.
Okay. Your son is Arturo Coronado, and when he got divorced, did that have an impact on your granddaughter Taylor?
Well, when he got divorced, my granddaughter has been on her own for a while.
Okay. When Taylor's mother passed away in 2009, did that have an impact on Taylor?
Yes, it did, because she had just lost her mother, and a year later her father remarried, and the person he married had children of her own. So she was kind of I would say, didn't feel, well, she felt like she lost her mother, and now she was losing her dad because there were other kids involved in there.
Your son got married to a lady named Katie after Marla passed away, correct?
Katie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And did Taylor ever talk to you about the fact that she didn't get along with her stepmom?
Taylor always kept everything to herself. She never said things about people. I know that she didn't feel comfortable. She felt like it was too soon after her mother passed away, and her father remarried, and she felt like abandoned. And then here she was in a home where there was 3 children, but one of them I know that lives with the father, but 2 of them were living there, and her and her brother lived in the basement, and so she just from a nice home that she had, then she ended up living in the basement. But like I said, she never complained to me or said anything but I went to visit him, and I could see that, you know, she felt misplaced, but now other siblings.
Okay. You're aware of the criminal charges and the convictions that resulted after the trial in this case, correct?
Yes, I think so. I don't know too much about it, but yes, I know that they found her guilty, and they want her to spend her life in jail. And I think that she has gone through a lot in her short time of being here. She has gone through a lot. There's a lot of things that she has to, losing her mother, her father remarried, then find herself pregnant, and losing her son, and then losing her brother. So that's a lot for a young person to take in.
And ma'am, your granddaughter, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, she's, we agree, 25 years old?
Yes.
She had a brother, Arturo J. Coronado, AJ Coronado, correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that he passed away, or he died in a motorcycle accident on or about July 1st of 2022?
Correct. That's right.
Did your granddaughter Taylor talk to you about that after it happened?
No, I know she was very heartbroken, but she was there in Wisconsin. She had lost her baby. She was locked up, and her brother, and that was very hard for her.
Okay. You sent me some pictures of Taylor with her brother AJ, correct?
Yes.
There's a picture of the two of them together with AJ having his hat on backwards. They appear to be happy. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
There was another picture where AJ, Taylor, and your son Arturo were all together as well, correct?
Correct.
Did they all get together with you in Illinois, or was that in Texas? Those pictures, where were they from? Were they from Texas, or?
No, those were...
Just this summer, Big Pharma hiked prices on nearly 200 brand name drugs, some by 10%. And while
Not sure what the whole purpose of putting commercials in a live trial coverage is.
Hold Big Pharma accountable.
I mean, the ones with the baby...
Apparently they're not skippable either.
Were here in Texas, but the ones with her brother and her father, that's when they were living there in Wisconsin.
Okay. Are you a close-knit family, or have you been a close-knit family in the past?
Yes, we've always been very close. I took care of Taylor when she was born, but then we left for Texas, and so when I left her, she was, I would say, maybe about 7 years old or 8 years old. And I would try and see him at least once a year. But then as the years passed, you know, we weren't able to travel that much. So I hadn't seen her for a while.
Do you know if your daughter visited other family members in Ohio with in the past with AJ?
I believe so. When they were young, their mother used to drive to Ohio and take them, but I do not know if later on, as they got older, if they did or not.
Do you know if Marla Coronado would take the kids, AJ and Taylor, to Ohio to visit cousins or aunts?
Yes, she did.
Okay.
She would take them,
And-
to visit her dad and her brother and sister in Ohio.
Your granddaughter, Taylor, is she close with your husband, Juan, with Grandpa?
Yes, she is. She's very close with her grandfather.
When Taylor was living with you in Illinois and then later on in Texas when she was going to high school at Cotulla High School, did she listen to you and follow the rules and all of that?
She did listen to me and follow some rules, but sometimes she wouldn't. I mean, she wanted to do something, but like I said, she wanted to go stay by friend's house, but I would say, no, Dad, let him come and stay here with you. So she did bring a friend of hers to stay overnight by us. Like I said, Taylor only lived with me there in Texas for maybe about a year and a half until she graduated from high school. And then she wanted to get back to Green Bay.
Okay. Fair to say that you've always had a close relationship with Taylor, both you and your husband?
Yes, we have. Yes.
You heard about and found out about her involvement with drugs, correct?
Yes, yes, I did. I found out later on because she used to call me, and then for a while she didn't get, she wasn't calling it anymore. But I try and always try to keep in touch with her. But then afterwards, I found out that she was pregnant, and she asked if she could come down and have the baby over here by me, and I said that would be fine, because she didn't have anybody else that she could turn to over there, so she wanted to be by me, so I told her to go ahead and come down.
Okay. Now, she's been found guilty by a jury of first-degree intentional homicide, felony, mutilation of a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault, all felony offenses, all as repeaters. For the first-degree intentional homicide conviction, the Wisconsin law is such that the sentence is life imprisonment, and the issue really is whether she should be given the opportunity for extended supervision or possibility of parole or not. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any input on that issue?
Well, I do. I believe that she has gone, in her short life, she has gone through a lot. And like I said, first losing her mother at the age of 12, then a year later, her father remarried, and there she felt misplaced there too. Then she went on her own and was doing well, and then all of a sudden, everything started falling apart for her. I don't know what happened in between because we weren't communicating then, but then after she found out that she was pregnant, she wanted to come and be with me, but she wanted to have at least a relative of hers close by, and we were always very close since I took care of her when she was born until I left Illinois in 2004.
Would you agree that your granddaughter, Taylor Schabusiness, needs some drug treatment, some counseling, all of that?
I do believe that she does need some counseling and some help. She needs help.
Do you believe that she has good qualities?
Yes.
What are they?
I believe. She's a very caring person and also very trusting. She trusted people that said they care for her, and actually always she was what can I say, that she always ended up getting hurt because she trusted people thinking they cared, but she's always have had the problem that wherever she goes, people just use her and she thinks they care, but they don't. They have disappointed her.
Do you believe that your granddaughter, Taylor Schabusiness, should be given the chance to possibly be on parole or extended supervision sometime in the future?
I do believe. I know that she committed a crime, and I know that they want her to pay for it, but I believe that she should have the opportunity to come back to society one time and be with her son.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions from me.
Any questions, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Okay.
We're kind of talking in the chat
Thank
over
you,
on
ma'am.
the YouTube channel with Cindy.
Were you intending that
Thank
she
you
was going to
for
stay on the Zoom?
sticking
or,
with us.
You can certainly disconnect now if you want, ma'am, or you can remain
I do feel
on.
bad for the grandma. The
But,
grandma is raising
having
her
said that,
great grandson.
Mr. Freilich, do you have another witness?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. It's totally up to the court, but if, in my opinion, if she wants to stay on, I would ask the court to consider allowing her to do that.
I think I just told her that.
Okay,
So she
okay.
can stay on if she wants.
Okay, thank you. Next,
That
then I
was
would call
the
Valerie
grandmother
Armour.
of Taylor, Esther Coronado. She's raising Taylor's almost 2-year-old son, Mateo, down in Texas. Sounds like she's adopting him or has already adopted him. Got to give the woman credit. We were also discussing Taylor and her lack of remorse. Yeah. Yeah, so this is her
Get
great
the microphone on.
Oh,
grandson she's
Is
raising.
it on? Okay. My name's Valerie Armour. It's spelled Valerie. Armour spelled Armor.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. You are Valerie Armour,
Yes, I am.
and where do you live?
I live in Dublin, Ohio.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
What's your husband's name?
Brian Armour.
Do you have kids?
Yes, I do. I have 4 children.
Okay. Are you employed, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Where do you work at?
I work at Sun Behavioral Health. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
And what do you do there?
I work inpatient psychiatry with adolescents and adults.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there for 5 years.
And tell me your educational background, just briefly.
I have 2 degrees from the Ohio State University. My first degree was a bachelor's of nursing in 1996, and my second degree was master's of science, nurse practitioner in psychiatry in 2016.
Do you know Taylor Denise Schabusiness?
Yes, I do.
Do you see her in court today?
Yes, I do.
She's seated to my left.
Yes, she is.
And are you related to her?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the court how you're related?
So her mother is my first cousin, Marla is my first cousin, and Taylor's my second cousin.
Are you also here with your mother?
Yes, I am.
What's her name?
Roberta Connor.
And does she live in Ohio as well?
Yes, she does.
You came here together?
Yes, we did.
And what's the relationship with Roberta and Taylor?
Roberta is Taylor's great aunt. She is the older sister of Taylor's grandfather.
When Taylor was growing up, would you see her periodically in Ohio? Would she come to visit in Ohio?
Yes, she would.
Tell me a little bit about that.
One of the couple visits that I remember in particular, one was in the summer of 2001 when we were going through my grandfather's house. He had passed away in May 2001, and we gathered as a family to get together and go through belongings. Taylor was 3 at that time, and AJ was a baby.
And was there a picture of Taylor when she was 3 in a, like maybe a little skirt with a red top and tights?
Yes.
And was she standing by you?
Yes, she was.
And who else was in that picture? You remember?
Marla was standing next to me on the left, and then my cousin was standing next to Marla.
Okay, and where was that picture taken?
That was taken in Grove City, Ohio, at my grandfather's house.
Okay. So, have you had a connection with Taylor Schabusiness over the years?
Yes, I have.
Did she come to visit you on other occasions?
Yes, she came down for a family reunion in 2013 that we had when she was 15.
That was with your daughter?
Yes.
Was that the picture that you gave me of you in the middle, your daughter on one side, and Taylor Schabusiness on the other side?
Yes, it is.
And where was that picture
That was
taken?
taken at a park, I think on the east side of Columbus, where we had the family reunion.
Inside a pavilion?
Yes, inside a pavilion.
Okay. And describe Taylor at that time in 2013 from what you recall.
She appeared to be a happy 15-year-old girl. She had a great sense of humor like her mother. She appeared to be well adjusted at that time. I enjoyed visiting with her and asking her how her life was going. And I had always told her I'd be available to her after her mother passed away.
Did you know about the losses that she suffered in her life? The loss of her mother, Marla, in 2009, and the loss of her brother, AJ, in July of 22?
Yes, I did. I grew up with her mother. We were very close as children. We spent holidays, summer vacations, and weekends together at my grandparents' house in Grove City, because when I was a child, I had moved to the East Coast. But we spent, weeks together in the summer playing, planning our future lives, playing with Barbies. We were very close as children.
Did you talk to Taylor about her feelings and how the loss of her mother affected her?
I did. I remember at Marla's funeral afterwards telling her I would always be available to her if she wanted to know more about her mother. I certainly would be available to tell her what she was like as a child, and I would be available for her the rest of her life if she needed anything. I lived in a different state, but I've always made myself available to her.
I think you gave me a picture of, tell me if you did, of Taylor and her brother AJ when they were younger, maybe with Taylor eating either a pulled pork on a bun on a plate, or you remember anything like that?
Yeah, that was after her mother's funeral. We were at my cousin's house in Hilliard, Ohio for the family gathering. We had both sides of the family there. Art's family was there and my family was there.
Would you agree that Taylor always had a supportive family, either in Ohio or Texas or Wisconsin?
Absolutely.
And from the context that you had with her growing up, did she appear to be a happy young lady, happy child?
She did at that time.
You came to find out about the charges and the trial and the convictions, correct?
Yes,
You're aware of what she's been found guilty of, correct?
yes, I am.
And you're aware of the maximum possible penalties and all of that, correct?
Yes,
At least as to the first-degree intentional homicide charge, the statute indicates life imprisonment with either the possibility of extended supervision or parole or not. You understand that?
yes, I do understand that.
Do you have any comments for the court to consider on that particular issue?
I do have some comments about that.
Okay, go ahead.
So Taylor, she comes from a loving family. I know her to be loving. I know her to have empathy. She's capable of love. I believe she has suffered immense trauma in her young life. First with losing her mother in 2009. Anytime somebody loses their mother, at any age, it's a great trauma and a tragedy. So she grew up without her mother, and then from what I've heard, living with her stepmother and her father, I had always heard that they had slept in the basement. So
Who slept in the basement?
that Taylor and AJ had slept in the basement
Okay.
when her father remarried. We had always heard that in the family. In 2019, we suffered more losses in the family. Taylor lost her grandmother in May, and then in September of 2019, we lost a cousin who was 27 to a motor vehicle accident. That would have been Taylor's first cousin. At that time, at that funeral, when I spoke with her father and AJ, she was doing well. She was working at the cheese factory. Her father, Art, was very proud of her at that time because she was doing well. And then I found out, had lost touch with her during the pandemic and found out about what had happened when we found out AJ passed away July 1st, 2022. That's when all this came out. So she lost her brother to a motorcycle accident. So our whole family has experienced
That was
a lot of
after
loss.
she
And Taylor
murdered
has experienced a
Shad
great amount of
Thyrion.
loss. I'm a mental health professional. She has a trauma history, and I believe she has mental health issues. I'm hoping as she goes forward, she can get the help she needs, and with some deep introspection, be able to work on her issues. And I'm here to be as much as I can with her on her next journey of life, as much as I can.
Do you have any comments on whether she should be considered for the possibility of parole or extended supervision?
I would like her to be considered for parole. I would like her to get a chance later in life to get to know her son. I think that would be very important to her, to be able to spend some time with him in person as she gets older, and other family members who are still around. Definitely.
Do you agree that Taylor needs drug and alcohol treatment?
Absolutely.
Do you agree that she needs mental health counseling?
Absolutely. And she needs to deal with her extensive trauma history.
You believe that she may need medication management?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Is she a lost cause?
She's not a lost cause.
Is she a monster?
No, she's not a monster.
She needs to be punished, correct?
She does need to be punished for what happened, and my family we regret what happened, and we apologize to Shad's family for what has happened.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any cross-examination from the state?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
I don't know. How are you thinking, people?
I'd like to call Arturo Coronado next.
No, this is going to be her father.
Please.
There's so much failure in her life, but that still does not mean that, she's able to murder at will and then chop up body parts. I tell you what, this defense attorney of hers is fantastic for a defense attorney. He has nothing to work with. Remember, for those of you that watched Letitia Stauch trial, that attorney, Will Cook, he didn't even try. This and that was just as horrifying as this. I don't know what is wrong with people. I do want to know who let her out of prison, because she was in prison. And then about a month before she murdered Shad, they let her out on some type of work release. Well, clearly she wasn't working. Were they not monitoring her? And it was interesting in the second phase of the trial, trying to determine if she was to be considered not guilty by reason of mental illness. All her mental health history. So where did the ball get dropped? I say bring back the...
Waiting. We're going to take the video off of you, Mr. Saunders. There is still the video running, however, for the grandmother. So you can't see her, but she still has the ability to look in. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Oops, I gotta take this down. So the next witness is Arturo Coronado, which is Taylor's father. He's also in prison. So Taylor's in prison. The baby daddy of Mateo is in prison, Mr. Schabusiness. And then Arturo Coronado, Taylor's father, is in prison. Taylor's mother died when I think she was like 11. And then her brother, her only sibling brother, AJ, died in a motorcycle crash about 5 months after she murdered Shad. Arturo. Pardon if I'm spelling this wrong. Now, for those of you that watched this trial live, Arturo had terrible things to say about the dad, the baby daddy, her husband. I forget his name, Mr. Schabusiness. Basically saying, he's a piece of shit. And if it wasn't for him, she would have never gotten addicted to this methamphetamine. From what I remember. Taylor's father. Oh, thank you so much, YouTube, for another commercial. As if we haven't had enough.
So you'll solve real-world problems while preparing
and
for your
they're not
future.
skippable.
Find your light at
Who is the brainiac that decided to
Creighton.edu/find your
throw
light.
commercials into live trials? They got to make their money, I guess. Here he comes. Now, when he came and testified in court and he left, there was a little clip where he said, "I love you." She said, "I love you too." And then he said, "Go Bears." And she said, "Go Bears." So this is Taylor's dad.
Arturo Coronado.
Okay.
A-R-T. C-O-R-O-N-A-D-O.
Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coronado, good morning. Your daughter is Taylor Denise Schabusiness, correct?
Correct.
And when she was born, she was born in Evanston, Illinois.
Yes.
And she lived with you and your late wife, Marla, there for several years, till when? Age 12 or so?
So 2009, yeah.
Okay. And then your late wife, she passed away. Did that take a toll on your daughter?
Of course.
Can you tell me how that impacted your daughter from what you saw, what you observed?
Just, she was young. I mean, she lost her mother, and it's just hard to explain, but yeah, things are, aren't the same.
It was a traumatic event for her, is that fair?
Of course, sure.
And then at some point, the family moved from Evanston, Illinois to Green Bay in 2008, is that right?
Correct.
And you came to Green Bay because of a job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you lived here for a while in Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
She went to Bayport High School, correct?
Correct.
She went to Bayview Middle School, correct?
Howard Tomical School District.
Yes. And then at some point, there were some issues at the Bayport High School, and she went to Cotulla, Texas, correct?
Graduate, yeah.
Yeah. And she lived with your parents, Esther and Juan Coronado, in Temple, Texas, is that right?
Correct.
And she graduated?
Yes.
And was that about 2016 or so?
I believe so, yeah.
You know, when you lived with her, was school a struggle for her, or was she able to do the work?
From time to time, I mean, she did okay. She had some issues. You know, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay, I'm just gonna see if you could just move the microphone a little closer, or move a little closer, because I can't hear you, sorry. Would you help with homework and things like that?
Sure.
When you got remarried, did that take a toll on your daughter, Taylor?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. Did you try to help in that regard to kind of bridge the gap?
Yep.
Okay. When she was living in Green Bay as a child, did you get her involved in any sports or activities?
Before I moved up, she was in soccer. She did band for a little bit.
Okay. Swimming?
No.
Okay. With regards to soccer, was she good at soccer?
Yeah.
She liked it?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Did you do some coaching?
I did.
Okay. Was that over at the Esco Noble Field, or where was that?
No, this is in Illinois, actually.
Okay. Did she play soccer in Illinois and Wisconsin?
No, I think she may have tried out, but she didn't follow through with it, so.
Okay.
She did a little volleyball as well.
Okay. So she was involved in activities, correct?
Sure.
What about art or drawing or things like that? Was she good at that?
Yes.
Can you tell?
She's pretty good. She's a very good artist. She can draw quite well.
Okay. Were you impressed by some of the pictures and things that she drew?
Definitely.
Does she have some artistic talents?
She does.
Does she have a creative side?
Yes.
When she was younger, would she help people? If someone needed help, would she help?
Yes. She would.
And I think in the pre-sentence report on page 17 of 38, you talked with a probation agent, and you indicated he stated, this is you, you're the he. He stated she was a good person, kind-hearted, and helped others out. Is that what you said?
Always, yeah.
Okay.
She
Now,
always went out of her way to help.
okay. When she got a little older, after school, did she have a job here?
She did.
Where?
Big Beef City.
Okay.
Her first job.
Okay, what did she do there?
She worked the cashier, and she did a little bit of cooking in the back.
Okay. Did she also get a job at Saputo Cheese Factory?
That was later on, sure.
Okay.
Yep.
And what did she do over there?
She was an operator. She worked third shift.
Okay.
She worked there about 3.5 years. She did really well.
Made decent money, correct?
Yeah.
She liked the job?
Yep.
And when she was working at Saputo Cheese Factory, was she living with you here in Green Bay?
No.
Okay. She had her own apartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she lived with us for a little bit, but yeah, then she moved out with a friend.
Okay. Would you keep in touch with her?
Of course.
Your relationship with her, is it good?
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay. I received some pictures. There are all kinds of pictures that you would take together as a family, correct? Yes?
As much as we could, yeah.
When she was living with your parents, Esther and Juan, in Texas, Temple, Texas, you take family photos there, correct?
Yes.
And when AJ was still alive, you'd take family photos with him, correct?
Of course.
Was AJ pretty close with Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. He liked to ride motorcycles?
He just started to.
And would he let Taylor ride the motorcycle as well?
No.
No. Okay. But those two were how far apart in age?
About 2 years.
2 years?
2 years, yeah. They were very close.
Okay. They'd get together with extended family in Ohio, correct?
When we could, yeah. mostly when they were younger.
Okay. And they'd certainly get together with your parents in Texas, correct?
Yes.
And so does Taylor have a strong family support network in the state of Texas and or Ohio?
Sure, everybody loves Taylor.
Think she's a monster?
No.
You understand what she was found guilty of by the jury, correct?
I do.
First degree, intentional homicide, mutilation of a corpse, third degree, sexual assault, all felonies, all repeaters. You understand that, correct?
I do.
You understand the penalties, correct?
Yeah.
And then for the homicide conviction, it's life imprisonment, but the issue is whether she gets the possibility of extended supervision or not, possibility of parole or not. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any comments for the court on behalf of your daughter?
Sure, I don't think she needs life imprisonment. I mean, the mistakes were made, you know, her not being in the right state of mind when it happened, you know, has a lot to do with it. Her whole life, she was a good kid, you know, drugs mess people up. And that's what happened, but I don't think that she deserves life.
You think she should be?
She has a child, you know, and it'd be nice for her to be able to see her child.
You agree she's got to be punished, correct?
Well, yeah. Yes.
But is it your testimony that you believe she should be given a chance at the possibility of parole sometime in the future?
Most definitely, yes.
Or extended supervision, that's what they call it? Yes?
Yes.
You knew that your daughter Taylor got involved with Warren Szabo, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that introduced her to drugs, correct?
Correct.
Meth specifically, correct?
Correct.
Intravenous drug use, correct?
She was like night and day. She completely changed. It's a different person.
You believe your daughter got addicted to the methamphetamine or other drugs?
Yes.
Do you believe that she should get some treatment, counseling?
She should have been getting treatment this whole time. I don't know why she hasn't.
With regards to your daughter, she has mental health problems, is that correct?
Correct.
She's been to Purveya Health and got treatment there, correct?
Correct.
She's received treatment through Bellin Psychiatric Center in the past, is that fair?
Yep.
She was under a civil commitment order and an order to take psychotropic medications, a court order, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
That she was found mentally ill in the past by a court of law here in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
You were involved in that process, weren't you?
I was.
Trying to get your help for your daughter, correct?
Yeah.
Lots of different medications were tried, correct?
That is correct, yeah. Some that, like, she was just the guinea pig for some of that medication that just did not work and probably too strong. Not qualified, I guess, to say that, but just
What?
did not work for her.
Sure. And Mr. Coronado, when she was staying at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center, was it your understanding that she was getting injectable antipsychotic medication during that short period of time that she was there?
I believe so.
And then she was released and then the medication stopped, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that your daughter had been receiving mental health treatment or counseling for quite a long time since her younger years?
That's fair, yep.
That it would start, then it would stop. There was no consistency. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Do you feel that she fell through the cracks with regards to mental health treatment and all that other kind of treatment?
Definitely.
You talked to the people from the Department of Corrections, Rebecca Chavez, correct?
I believe that was her name. Wasn't
sure. Did you, when you found out that Taylor, your daughter, was involved with Warren Szabo, did you talk to her about the relationship, or did your daughter come to you and talk about the relationship, whether there were problems or it was good? Can you tell me about that?
No, they mostly kept to themselves. I knew she was seeing him, but they mostly kept to themselves. So she was working there, and then she quit her job and just hung out with him. So during that time, when he was out of jail, we didn't really communicate too much.
Was Mr. Szabo abusive to your daughter?
I believe it was, yeah.
When your daughter was living with you, did she ever come to tell you that she was having hallucinations, visual or auditory hallucinations? She was seeing things, hearing things, anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that, when that happened and what she told you?
Just that she would see shadows, you know, from time to time.
And she'd hear things?
I believe so, yep.
What did you do?
It would come and go. Well, just talk to her, you know, calmed her down, walked around until we were able to get her some help, or try to get her some help through Purveyor.
You agree that over time, the field of medicine, the field of psychiatry, the field of psychology improves every year, every year. You agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if she was taking the medicine, you know, or if it was around, but I don't think the medicine really quite worked for her. You know, she'd be drowsy. It would take a different effect on her.
Make her a zombie?
She didn't feel, definitely, yes.
What else were you going to say?
Just she wouldn't feel right. Her stomach would hurt, you know, and just a lot of issues with the prescribed medicine.
Would you agree that your daughter has redeeming qualities to her?
Sure.
Can you tell me what they are?
I don't know, it's sad for me to sit up here, you know, knowing what happened and stuff, and knowing my daughter the way, you know, she was, and the way she, I know she still can be. It's just night and day. She was always a loving, caring person. You know, she liked to have fun, you know, liked to joke around a lot. You know, she's not the monster that, you know, she's being made out to be. That's for sure.
You agree your daughter's got to be punished?
I'm sorry?
Do you agree that your daughter has to be punished?
Has to be punished?
Yes.
I'm sure it is.
Are you saying you want the court to give her a chance to get back into society in the future at some point?
Definitely, yes, yes. She need help, mental help, for sure.
And
is she going to get that help? You know, from whatever happens, you know, moving forward, I don't know, but she definitely needs help.
And is she able to love?
Yes.
Is she able to form relationships with family members?
Definitely.
Friends?
Yep.
When she lived with you, did she have friends over sometimes or bring people over?
All the time, yeah. She had many friends.
And did she like to go to Ohio to visit extended family over there?
Whenever we would go, yeah. Mostly when they were younger.
Your daughter, do you think she's a lost cause or not?
No. No.
Do you think she could be fixed?
Yes, for sure, definitely.
Going to take some time though, right?
Yeah. With the right help, of course.
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Cross-examination from the state?
No, thank you.
I agree, Cindy. So for those of you joining us, thank you so much. This is a sentencing hearing for Taylor Schabusiness. She was found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide on July 27th.
I'll call up.
Or the
Dr.
February
James O'Donnell,
22nd, or, well, I mean, it started nighttime February 22nd. 911 call was made early morning hours of February 23rd, 2022. It's about like a year and a half ago. And Cindy and I are talking in the YouTube chat. She was in prison. So she had her baby in October 2021. I think it was like a drug charge of some sort. And she was let out on some type of supervised work program. Clearly, she wasn't being supervised. I'll talk later.
The witness is yours.
Somebody dropped the ball
Thank you
big
very
time
much,
with her.
Dr. O'Donnell, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Can you tell us briefly about your education.
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree of pharmacy from the University of Illinois, a doctor of pharmacy from the University of Michigan, a master's degree in nutrition from Rush University.
Previously,
We
you
were just
testified at
talking
a
about
motion hearing,
nutrition
correct?
before this started.
And your curriculum vitae or your resume was previously filed with the court, correct?
Yes.
What professional experiences have you had?
I spent 5 years as a clinical pharmacist at the Cook County Hospital, responsible for developing pharmacy services and consulting with physicians, nurses, and patients on drug therapy. I spent 12 years at the Presbyterian St. Luke's
Welcome,
Hospital.
Rogue Knox.
With similar duties. During that
I think
tenure,
it's
I switched
supposed to
from
function as a mask
clinical
that's on her
pharmacy to
face.
clinical pharmacology,
Apparently, there's some
research and
outbreaks of the
practice.
Rona.
During that
I had
time,
also
I
heard
was
there's
appointed
outbreaks
to
of like
the faculty
leprosy
of the Rush
somewhere.
Medical College,
So it's
in the Department of Pharmacology.
supposedly that's why she's wearing that.
First as an instructor and then promoted to assistant professor, and currently I'm an associate professor at the Rush Medical College. I ended my hospital work at Rush, Presbyterian St. Luke's, gone through a couple name changes. In the late 80s, since then I've stayed on the faculty and have extensive faculty experiences, but also at that time I expanded my work in consulting first with pharmaceutical companies, some government agencies, that pretty much switched to forensic matters and civil lawsuits and criminal matters in courts for various criminal events. Along the road, I've published 350 or so articles, including several dozen book chapters, all of which address, not all, but most of which address the adverse effects of drugs, but primarily therapeutic, but also recreational drugs. And I have edited 8 books. The last 8, number 8 hasn't been printed yet, but it's still in the printing and final editing process. 5 of those books are titled Drug Injury. The books address issues of both therapeutic and recreational, including amphetamines and methamphetamines and stimulants. 2 books address issues of the science of drug development. That's a brief review of my 43-page resume.
You've worked as a clinical pharmacist?
A clinical pharmacist and a clinical pharmacologist.
What are you currently doing?
I'm currently an associate professor working at the Rush Medical College in the affiliated with the Ovarian Cancer Research Lab, a member of the Institutional Review Board for Patient Safety for Investigational Studies, and member of the Admissions Committee for the Medical College, and I also give lectures and seminars in the bioethics course in the graduate college. I described my editorial work. Unfortunately, that book is not finished. I intend it to be my last book. And then I do this forensic consulting, primarily in civil matters, but I do work in criminal matters like this, and that consultation work in civil and criminal matters is throughout the United States, including, obviously, Wisconsin.
You're in private practice, correct?
Yes, sir.
You do forensic consulting, correct?
I'm sorry?
You do forensic consulting?
Yes, I do.
What's the name of your business?
Pharma Consultant Incorporated.
And that's in Illinois?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes, sir.
How many times, sir?
More than 400 times in 40 years.
In what states?
approximately 35 to 38 states, including Wisconsin. There's, you can estimate 10 to 12 states that I haven't given testimony in.
You testified here in Brown County in other car crashes involving reckless homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you testified in any homicide cases?
Drug-induced homicide cases and other homicide cases I have testified, and have testified in death penalty hearings. Testified in most of the criminal testimony is in things like DWI and aggravated OWI, or drug-induced homicide by vehicle, or selling drugs to people that kill the people and they arrest the person that sell or give the drug to them.
Have you testified in state and federal courts?
I have, including in Wisconsin.
Have you testified for private defense attorneys, for prosecutors, for U.S. attorneys?
Yes, yes, and yes.
The topics that you've testified about, can you briefly tell me about that?
It's simple matters. It's did the drug cause an injury or not? If so, how did the drug cause an injury? What could have been done to avoid the injury? Within civil matters, since I'm also a pharmacist, I evaluate whether or not the pharmacist committed errors, violated the standard of practice, if their error or violation caused injury to a patient who got the wrong drug with the wrong directions, or was not cautioned about an interaction between one and the other drug. Those are the only cases I testify in the standard of care of a health professional.
Have you worked with drug testing as well?
I've done that in my training and for a period in a research sabbatical 40 years ago. I don't do drug testing. I do interpret drug testing. That's done in a toxicology laboratory or a hospital laboratory to evaluate that toxicology results into a clinical context and what those numbers mean in terms of what effect it would have on the individual from whom the samples were drawn for the toxicology testing. And I have also given lectures on principles of toxicology in a graduate college.
Have you dealt with pharmacokinetics and detection periods?
Yes, pharmacokinetics is part of pharmacology. It is what the body does to the drug, and detection period, by definition, is how long the drug can be assessed, analyzed in various body fluid, be it either blood, saliva, and urine being the most common, and urine being the matrix or biologic sample that for which the longest detection period exists.
Have you worked with government agencies?
Yes, many. Wisconsin Board of Pharmacy, Illinois Board of Pharmacy, Illinois Departments of Mental Health, Public Health, Attorney General, Drug Enforcement Administration, United States Attorney, United States Congress, Chicago Police Department. There may be a few others.
Wisconsin Board of Pharmacy?
That was the first one I mentioned, yes.
Have you ever examined patients to determine the beneficial or toxic effects related to drugs?
I did that in my clinical practice in both the Cook County Hospital and Presbyterian St. Luke's Hospital. Over the period of about 20 years, I've done that in my forensic practice. And indeed, one of the other things I do is I do private consulting outside of any type of litigation for patients who are seeking answers or assistance on medication management, and sometimes patients are referred to me by their physicians to help solve their puzzles, solve their problems.
Now, with regards to this case, you were retained by the defense, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what did I ask you to do as far as services in this case?
You asked me to evaluate the matter, evaluate Ms. Schabusiness' chronic and acute drug use related to the homicide, evaluate, review, and to do so to review police reports, videos, autopsy, toxicology of the victim, pre-sentence. I've read since then pre-sentence investigation reports. I did interview Ms. Taylor, the defendant, before the hearing I was here for. I think it was in June or July. And I provided you with my opinions as to her drug use, her drug history, my assessment as to the toxicity from primarily an intense, high-dose, almost daily intravenous methamphetamine use on her brain and her behavior, and also reviewing her psychological and psychiatric history, what effects those her methamphetamine use would have on her mental illnesses that she was diagnosed with. So I didn't do the mental illness diagnosis. That was done by mental health professionals, but I considered what effect the mental illnesses would have on the drug use and vice versa, because that's part of what I do. We look at the drug, but again, get the clinical context. So what is this drug use, either whether it's quantified or actually measured in the exact amounts, or qualified, described as how frequent. Look at any evidence surrounding this as to what or how the drug use affects an individual's life, and then take into incorporate the clinical context of prior psychiatric treatment, psychological and psychiatric diagnosis, any psychotropic drugs for any mental illnesses, the effectiveness of those psychotropic drugs, whether or not the patient was compliant with the medications, whether or not when they use the medications and were not using methamphetamine, whether their behavior enhanced. So it's a lot of moving parts, but that's what a pharmacologist does, in contrast to a toxicologist that just looks at the numbers and says, this is how much was used.
Yeah. You understood, or you were provided information as to the events that happened with regards to this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware that blood was taken from a bucket and then used for testing purposes, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what drugs Taylor Schabusiness admitted to using up to and during the date of the incident?
Yes. She was using methamphetamine and marijuana, cannabis.
Daily?
Marijuana daily, methamphetamine almost daily. Those are her words. So there were some days she didn't use it, and that was over the course of approximately a 2-year period, with the exception of when she became pregnant, decided and stopped drug use but drug use resumed after she gave birth and lost her baby, came back to Wisconsin.
Methamphetamine is highly addictive, is that fair?
Extremely highly addictive, one of the most addictive drugs that we know.
Can, based on your training and experience and knowledge, can methamphetamine use cause hallucinations, visual or auditory?
Yes, both. They can cause a form of drug-induced psychosis.
What is psychosis?
Psychosis, the easiest way to describe it is a loss of touch with reality.
Delusion?
Delusions, includes hallucinations, just the loss of touch. What they do makes no sense. What they say makes no sense. They're not reasoned with. To use an old term, they're out of it.
If Ms. Schabusiness indicated that she had used 51 hits of methamphetamine prior to the incident on or about February 22nd of 2022, would you have a concern about that?
When I have concern, yes, I've never heard of that much methamphetamine used in one setting. I'd be interested to learn what the gram weight is of the methamphetamine, because we have a little bit more context then, but someone, for instance, using 1, 2, 3 grams a day represents tolerance. The subject has to use more to get the same effect. But even in the course of use of using it, the way methamphetamine is used, it's astounding.
As far as Taylor Schabusiness, how did she use it? Was it IV? Did she smoke it?
In her usual method of administration is IV, but she told me that she smoked it on the day of the homicide. That was the preferred method of the victim used, who was also a methamphetamine user. And that's how that it's the term hit applies is to smoking rather than injecting.
Was it your understanding that the victim and Ms. Schabusiness were using meth prior to the incident on February 22nd of 2022?
Immediately prior to, and that for some time regularly used meth together, and that he was her source.
Did Taylor tell you when she first started using meth?
Yes, when her husband was released from prison, he was a methamphetamine user. He returned to using methamphetamine, and he got her started on it. And that I have a figure in my mind of approximately 2 years. I think that release was late 2019, about that time.
Okay. Did Taylor tell you or describe the effects that meth had on her?
Hi, Giovanna.
It destroyed her life. Those were not her words,
How are you?
With my take on it. She lost the job that she had for 3 years. It was mentioned earlier, the Saputo Cheese Company. She told me she liked the job. She made good money working there. But when she started using meth, she stopped going to work. Meth was all that she did. She had other jobs, but they never lasted because she was either high or unable to go to work. It changed her. She became, I don't know anything, didn't know anything about her personality, which I've heard about today, but she did, was arrested for aggressive behavior against police officers. And I think that that's what precipitated her commitment to Nicolette for the forced psychiatric treatment and medication treatment. She hadn't had that type of behavior before methamphetamine use. She had mental illnesses. She did have psychiatric diagnoses, but those were much more prominent after the methamphetamine use.
What psychiatric diagnoses do you understand that Ms. Schabusiness had at the time of the incident in this case?
By my reading, they're described as bipolar 1 with psychotic symptoms, schizoaffective spectrum disorder, PTSD, depression or major depressive disorder, and history of ADHD for which she was not treated.
Do you have any opinions to share with the court on the issue of impairment or that kind of topic on the date of the incident?
Yes. Based on in the setting of long-term chronic intensive use of methamphetamine in a mental. In the setting of in this young lady's life with a mental illness diagnosis or defect that is principally bipolar, extensive use on that day would cause significant intoxication and impairment. Methamphetamine affects the prefrontal lobe, executive function, judgment, discretion, consequences, and through a mechanism of altering the brain chemistry, principally dopamine and subsidiaries of dopamine and other neurotransmitters. That's the mechanism of the acute use in a setting of chronic use in similar situations. She's already damaged goods. She already has brain damage. She already has brain damage from coming into the setting on the date of the homicide and using again. In other words, the chronic use causes over constant daily insults to the brain function, the brain chemistry, the brain substance, such that even without the use of continuing use of methamphetamine, there is chronic damage that is present as a result of that long-term use, such that an individual has impairments to that, again, the prefrontal lobe, the cerebral cortex, deliberation, evaluation, judgment, risk-taking. So on that day, extreme, intensive methamphetamine intoxication. This young lady, because of her mental illness, the use of methamphetamine in the setting of mental illness, bipolar, particularly bipolar that's not being treated with a psychotropic drug, the methamphetamine exacerbates the bipolar disorder. And indeed, for Ms. Schabusiness, the neuropsychologist who evaluated her a year after the arrest, and over a period of more than a year since her incarceration, where she has no exposure to drugs, still has this mental illness and still has psychotic features, and therefore the mental illness is not drug-induced, but in this setting, drugs will enhance the manifestations or negative consequences of the bipolar. And then finally, and I think I alluded to it, bipolar does have effective drug treatments, certainly much more effective than schizophrenic medications. However, if the patient is not given the medications and is not or does not take the medications, they don't have the benefit of the therapeutic gains with medications. Under that setting where we have a patient who has a mental illness and is untreated and uses a toxic methamphetamine, there's even greater risk for a worsening mental impairment in settings where it's just total psychosis and a total loss of reality. Long opinion, but I think that's everything.
If a person like Taylor Schabusiness used marijuana at a young age, can that impair, alter, or distort her memory?
Yes. One of the consequences is memory distortion, but there's also a shrinkage of the development of the brain. The brain doesn't develop in an adolescent that uses marijuana chronically the way to its fullest potential as it would without marijuana. And part of that is so you're just dealing with less mass. One of the impairments that's documented is memory distortion. And then I haven't said anything about the acute effects of marijuana with methamphetamine, because marijuana, in my opinion, is, if you rate these drugs in terms of risk on a scale of 1 to 100, marijuana is at a 5 and methamphetamine is at 1,000.
As far as methamphetamine, does that impair cognition and other temperaments in an individual that uses?
Cognition, thinking, deliberation, control and behavior, risk-taking. There's even something that I just recently learned, episodic memory impairments. One of the applications of that is that people get so messed up using methamphetamine, but they continue using it. Now they're addicted to it, but they forget how bad they were during their last near-death binge. So yeah, but it's cognition and it just wipes out thought processes. There's no control over thoughts, and there's no control over behavior.
Impairs memory?
Methamphetamine, yes, it does impair memory.
Marijuana as well?
Yes.
With regards to methamphetamine, can that drug cause someone to have violent behavior?
Oh, yes. Violent behavior, and also part of the violent behavior is the criminal element of people robbing and shooting you to get your drugs or steal your money that you're using to buy drugs. But yes, violent behavior, violent attacks on individuals, attacks on police officers, suicides, homicides. One of the most predictably violent and aggressive stimulating drugs.
Fair to say that the more meth you use, the worse it gets as far as violence, aggressiveness?
That's fair, but I would have to be, caution that not everybody's going to have the same extent of the violence, which is good, because otherwise we'd have many more, considering the number of methamphetamine users in our population. We'd have many more drug-induced homicides, methamphetamine attacks.
Dr. O'Donnell, is it your...
If you like bread, you'll love rich, pillowy.
Thanks, YouTube, for throwing another commercial into our live stream.
It absolutely, yes, it is my testimony. That is my opinion. That's well described. That's how it causes the high, by altering the brain chemistry. It says you do it too much, and indeed there's some literature that describes eventually the methamphetamine users develop Parkinson-like disease because their brain chemistry has been so messed up when they were young that the consequences are that they're at much greater risk for developing Parkinson's and at an earlier age than Parkinson's is seen. Parkinson's is someone with movement disorders and has trouble walking and controlling their muscles.
Is it your testimony that methamphetamine use, chronic acute use, can create delusions, hallucinations, psychosis?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah, just briefly, Doctor. So I wanted to pick up where we left off there. You said that, chronic methamphetamine use, alters the brain chemistry. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that something that can be unaltered in some way, the brain chemistry?
Pardon?
Is that something that can be unaltered in some way, the brain chemistry?
With many, in regular circumstances, the chemical changes that are induced by a drug do go back to normal in certain circumstances, certain drugs. So the answer is yes.
Okay, but so I mean, you're saying from a young age, chronic use of methamphetamine, fundamentally changes the brain. Is that consistent with what you said? Okay, so then that chronic use at some point, is that able to be reversed in some manner?
Any damages are permanent.
Okay. And I guess one of the damages of
So if the damages are permanent, there really isn't any hope for her to be rehabilitated.
That was acute. That was acute. The damages of chronic methamphetamine use is that there can be psychosis, there can be lapses into psychosis, it can, and it can worsen any other mental illnesses. That's the major risk. Methamphetamine use doesn't cause mental illnesses. Methamphetamine use can exacerbate mental illnesses while it's being used.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So you're not a psychologist, right?
No, sir.
Nor a psychiatrist.
I am not.
So you rely on some of those prior diagnoses in reaching some of your opinions, though, right?
Yes, I'm relying on by psychiatrists and psychologists.
Okay, and I think you said the principal one was bipolar 1 that Mr. Business had?
Yes.
That was a prior diagnosis that was made?
Yes.
That was nothing you, I guess, are capable of diagnosing?
Right, I would not diagnose that.
Okay. So, if a court-appointed psychologist in the case found there was, quote, no credible evidence she has an underlying mental illness such as bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, or a like condition, you wouldn't be able to dispute that, right?
No, I think it would be no, I would not dispute that.
Okay. But, obviously using these prior diagnoses helps form your current opinion about her mental state, is that right? These prior diagnoses of bipolar 1, schizophrenia.
I used prior diagnoses and subsequent diagnoses to identify the mental illness that she had and has, and then I considered the effects of methamphetamine without mental illness, methamphetamine with mental illness, the effect of methamphetamine on any mental illness, and the effect of the inability or the non-treatment for mental illness that puts her at risk for behavioral alterations and also greater risk of impairment and toxicity from methamphetamine use. Again, it sounds like it's a lot of moving parts, but I hope it described it so it's not confusing.
Sure. So the information you're relying on in terms of the acute methamphetamine on the date of this incident, that's information that comes from Ms. Schabusiness, right?
It comes from Schabusiness, yes, it does, and it's corroborated by the toxicology reports of the victim.
So her intoxication level is corroborated by the toxicology results of some person?
If they're using methamphetamine together, and he's the source of methamphetamine, and she's an addict of methamphetamine, she's going to use methamphetamine. And that's the underlying basis for me believing that when she said she used methamphetamine during those activities.
Sure, but you have no information about the amount she used?
No, I don't.
Or the exposure she had previously or tolerance she had?
I assume she had tolerance. The amount she used previously, with frequency, I don't know whether I got that in my notes or not, and I don't have my notes, so I don't know exactly. But she, in part of her treatment, she was identified as having methamphetamine use disorder and cannabis use disorder, as well as bipolar 1. I think that those were the diagnoses at the Nicolette Treatment Center, which was not too long before the homicide.
Yeah, sure, in 2021's. But in terms of objective evidence of her intoxication under methamphetamine, marijuana, whatever substance, the night of this incident, you have no information?
I have no toxicology tests from her, and I didn't witness her use the drug. I wasn't there.
And I guess she said she used 51 hits. Did she tell you that, or?
No, she did not. I just heard that last night on the phone and this morning in court.
All right, but that would be something you never heard of before in your...
I had never heard of that before.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further.
You're welcome.
Mr. Freilich, the redirect.
I don't know, when you're using methamphetamine, do you count how many times you use it? There's some good conversations going in both Rumble and in YouTube. For starters, on the Rumble side...
I have no other witnesses, other than possibly my client. I have to talk to her about that.
Okay.
On the Rumble side...
Well,
sorry, Miss Jackson. I hate the perversion of the justice system that places victimhood on perpetrators and ignores the actual victims of these monsters. Hopefully the state refutes some of this doctor's opinions. Very good. Very good analysis. And then some great conversation also going on YouTube between Giovanna. I met her right when I first started through Dylan on the alternate corner. That's Cindy Burke and Rogue Knox.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, good, I can talk. Oh, good, it's talk time. Come back at noon. Okay, what did he just say now? Just a moment.
Maybe I'd reassess that when we arrive back here at noon.
So they're coming back at noon. So they're just taking a 15-minute break.
If your client is going to testify, maybe I'd reassess that when we arrive back here at noon.
Okay.
But let's break for 15 minutes. Everybody can take a brief recess. You can speak with your client. We'll come back at noon and decide how we want to proceed from there. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Arrive, come back.
No, Your Honor. I have no other witnesses, other than possibly my client. I have to talk to her about that.
Okay, so he's going to talk to her, see if she has anything to say.
We started late this morning. It's 11:45, so we've been going about 2 hours.
2 hours and 25 minutes. But we were all here bright and early.
For about 15 minutes and come back.
All right. So I'm going to put him on pause and we'll talk. Not sure she would be able to keep track of how many hits she was doing while I... Okay, so here, I think I think we can all agree that what she did, not only did she murder him, she strangled him. She was fully aware of the fact that she strangled him, and then just kept going. For those of you that watched the trial, she described it like it was just no big thing. Yeah, well, I just kept going. Really? He was showing signs of dying, and she just kept going. Then, not to mention the fact that she chopped him up in little pieces. So here's the thing. She's got a broken home background. Well, not really broken home. Her mother died when she was young. She's got a father who's in prison, currently in jail now, for the, I guess on YouTube you have to say SA of a 16-year-old girl. So her mother died, I think she was like 10, 11, 12-ish. She had a younger brother. Her father remarried. She lived with her grandparents for a while down in Texas. Then she had then she got married to Mr. Schabusiness. It eludes me what his name is now. I can't remember. Mr. Schabusiness, her husband, is in prison for drugs. The dad is in prison for SA of a 16-year-old girl. Her 2-year-old son is being adopted by her grandmother. So Mateo is the son, is in B2 beginning of October. And the grandmother was the first witness today. So we've got and then her brother died 4 months after in a motorcycle accident after she murdered Shad Thyrion. I think it's pronounced Thyrion. So I think we can all agree that her background and her upbringing are not good. But then at what point? So is it and actually, so if you watch the trial was not that long. Was a couple 2-3 days, I suppose, and then there was a couple 2-3 days about whether or not, so they had to go through 2 phases in Wisconsin. One was to find out whether or not they found her guilty, which they did. Then the second was, did they find her guilty by reason of mental defect or illness or what have you? They did not buy that. So then that was July 27th. So this is a sentencing hearing. So the defense brought in 4 people. They brought in the grandmother of Taylor, the great-grandmother of her son Mateo, almost 2. She came in via Zoom. Then the second witness was a second cousin who's also a psychiatric nurse practitioner. Then the third witness was her father coming in sporting his orange jumpsuit. And I don't know if it was, I think it was Cindy. Somebody asked earlier what the dad was in prison for. And I'm like, oh, I think it was for a drug charge. Well, then I looked it up and saw, oh no, it's for the assault of a 16-year-old girl. So then that kind of adds another layer of element to her background. Okay, so you got that. The brother's motorcycle accident was after she already murdered Shad. So we're not even going to factor that in. But she was actually in prison. So, and then I think this doctor here was the one that testified that she did not take drugs while she was pregnant with Mateo. So hopefully he's got a little fighting chance down there being raised by great grandma. So here's the thing. So she had her son. Her son was taken away by Child Protective Services. She decided to come back up to Wisconsin. Then up in Wisconsin, she had I think it was some kind of like drug charge. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. She was incarcerated and they let her out about a month before this crime. They let her out about a month before on some type of supervised thing. So we've got so many factors here. We have probably, well, for starters, losing a mother at a young age or a parent in general. I mean, I'm 54. I was 44 years old, probably 43, I think. And, you know, I can't imagine losing a mother as a girl in your preteen years. But then, you know, it does appear through the testimony of the actual court case that she did have several diagnoses of some type of psychotic disorder. I forget specifically what kind of psychotic disorder it was. I should really look that up, huh? So then, oops. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. I'm seeing my pink mouse, but it's not there. There it is. I found it. Whee! Okay, so here's the big question. She not only murdered, but she chopped him up in bits and tried to hide the parts. Okay, she's admitted she was drug-induced. She's had a rough upbringing. She was in prison. Somebody in the prison system let her out. Where is the responsibility? Obviously, the responsibility is on her to serve her sentence. But that sentence, I guess what I'm trying to say is somebody in the judicial system that knew about her history through her school, that knew about her history with mental illness, that knew about her history with drug addiction, decided it was a good idea to let her out and not keep her surveilled. Bipolar with schizophrenic, yeah. Yeah, bipolar. Yeah, bipolar 1, I think is what they said, was psychosis. So at the very least, so there's somebody in the judicial system. Yeah, they mentioned that. But that's the thing, like, you know, our judicial system is broken. Then, this is what I thought was really interesting. So the doctor, which we were kind of talking, also, you know, the defense, these were all four of these witnesses this morning were the defense team's witnesses. But he had said on a scale of 1 to 10, marijuana is like a scale of 5, but methamphetamine is a scale of 1,000 on a scale of 1 to 100. So then there we've got that whole thing. Maybe perhaps when people are found to have methamphetamine labs or selling or what have you, maybe the penalties on those should be pretty harsh. It's just, I gotta look up and see now. I just wanna. So I think lots of things failed her, but ultimately it's her, you know, it was her decision to do what she did. I don't know, when I looked that thing up about her dad, you know, kind of makes you wonder if he abused her growing up. I mean, you don't just get to be I think he's 52. He's like my age. You don't just get to be 52 and start messing around with young girls, I wouldn't think. Let's look up and see. That was the thing that really chapped me. Oh, hey, you wrong. I'm sorry, but if you chop someone up, I don't care if daddy didn't love you enough, you get the chair. Yes, that's pretty much it. Here, let's put that over here. This is from You Wrong over on YouTube. Rumble. Yeah, that's the thing. That's exactly the thing. That would be like giving anybody who does some type of drugs a license to kill. Well, that can't be. So I think I think, well, and again, this is the sentencing part. So those witnesses were brought on to say, hey, you know, she should get life in prison, never a chance of parole, or maybe someday she can have parole. But it seems to me like everything that last doctor said was like, no, her brain damage is permanent. So if she was in jail for 40 years, she'd be in her mid-60s. Should she get a chance of parole in her mid-60s? It sounds to me like even if she did get parole, you know what always has bothered me is that John Hinckley, when was he paroled for the assassination attempt on Reagan? Let's see. Oh my God, did you know that John Hinckley has a YouTube channel for his music? And he had also not guilty by reason of insanity. He was confined to St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Washington, D.C. after Hinckley was admitted. Tests found out he was unpredictably dangerous man who might harm himself or any third party. In 1983, he told Penthouse that on a normal day, he would see a therapist, answer mail, play guitar, listen to music, play pool, watch television, eat lousy food, and take delicious medication. Oh, I think the court's coming back. Yeah, he was released on July 27th, 2016. A federal judge ruled Hinckley could be released from St. Elizabeth. So he was in the hospital the entire time. And he was no longer considered a threat to himself or others. Patty Davis, one of Reagan's daughters, denounced Hinckley's release. Hinckley was released from institutional psychiatric care on September 10th, 2016. Oh, they're coming back. So that's an instance where...
Okay, Mr. Freilich?
Yeah, life with...
Your Honor, my client will make some comments as part of her right of elocution.
And that was assassination attempt of a president. He was hospitalized for, 40 years, and they let him out. That's insane.
Testify, we'd probably take a break for lunch and come back. But given that she's not going to testify, she's going to use her right of elocution. My thought is we just proceed right to arguments and then sentencing. Any objection to that, Mr. Saunders?
No, that's fine.
Mr. Freilich?
No, that's fine.
All right. So then, I know, Mr. Saunders, you had indicated there was something regarding the victim impact statement you wanted to do. Was it going to be read in, or how did you want to handle that?
I believe now two family members of the victim wish to orally address the court judge.
Okay.
I think just orally is a victim impact statement. So.
Very good. And if they want to come up and stand, there's a microphone.
Okay, so we've got victim impact statements from Shad's family, 2 people. I know when the trial went on, the mother and I believe the sister, the camera was not allowed to be on them because the judge deemed them victims also in Shad's death.
I basically just wanted to say that there's no excuse for what she had done. I don't care if it's drugs or upbringing, you know. We all go through hard times growing up, at least the majority of us have. You have the opportunity to change that. You have the opportunity to, you know, see that you have a problem. There's, you know, I've been in recovery a little over 3 years in AA. I drank for 41 years. I realized I had a problem. So there's just, basically to me, you took the easy way out. It's you did the most cowardly, weakest things that you could do possible. You know, you meet a person in school, you say he's your friend, you become friends, become girlfriend, boyfriend, lovers, gain his trust. An innocent person that's very kind, would do anything for you. And I believe you used that and you had this plan and took your opportunity when you did. There's no excuse, you know, I don't see it no other way.
Oh my God, he's wearing a
Take
Minneapolis
advantage of
shirt.
someone's kindness like that. That's like the most irritating thing for me. You know, you get to know somebody, they trust you, and then you do that. You say, and then you say that you're a friend, you're his friend, you said that in the statements. It's like, man. But you know, I walked into a program and it's free. You know, you can go get help and it's free. All over the place there's help. And it doesn't cost a dime, you know. It's either, and the first thing they tell you in there, you know, you want to continue doing what you're doing. It's going to be jail, institution, or death. And you chose that path, and you chose the wrong path. They sit here talking about being rehabilitated. Is Shad's mother going to ever rehabilitate from this? No, but you can go to an institution, you can go to prison and try to be rehabilitated, but I don't see no reason why you'd have parole after the doctor had just mentioned once you have so much damage that it's irreversible. You know, so why would... Don't make no sense to me even to have the option of parole to come back and to gain someone's trust like that again. You know, because that is like the lowest thing a person can do. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that. And the biggest thing is, you know, it, like I said, you know, the help is free and it's there. You chose not to take, you know, I'm sure you knew you had a problem, you know. You can't blame it on childhood. You know, there's help out there. And if you take the path to go get the help, you wouldn't be in this situation right now. None of us would be in this situation. But to take the cowardly path that you did and to make other people suffer because you were suffering is pretty shitty. So that name Taylor Schabusiness fits you well. And I'm not a praying man, but after Judge Walsh's sentences today, I will pray that you meet the same fate as your idealistic Jeffrey Dahmer. So have a good life, shit business.
People are clapping. That was very good. Shit business. Her name is Shit Business.
The next speaker will be a statutory crime victim, so we'd ask the media to be advised of that, Judge.
Okay. I just want to, all right, they're indicating they are going to make sure that they're not video.
Giovanna has a great point. You know, she not only murdered him, her friend, when she knew he was dying. He was coughing up blood and gagging and turning colors. But then afterwards, she dismembered him.
Sir, before you start, if you just state your name for the record.
And the doctor said, you know, that kind of drug use is permanent damage to her brain.
I forgive you for what you've done to my son. And, yeah, you made a bad choice, and now you have to live with it. But, you know, I'm gonna miss Shad. He was a wonderful child too. Growing up, just mild-mannered and just happy, and I know you made a bad choice, and like I said, I forgive you, and I'm gonna ask the judge if he can, you know, if she can see the streets again sometime. You know, it may not be soon, but I believe everybody makes bad choices, and maybe not to the scale, but I think there's a lot of hope for you. I think, you know, you can make use of your time and be a better person, and do great things yet, you know, so. It does no good for me to hate you, you know. I know you got a heart, I know you got a mind, and I wish you no harm, and I hope things go well for you. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, that was Shad's father. That was the father of the victim, Shad.
Any other witnesses or people that want to speak? Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't believe so.
Very good. Then I'll turn to the state for a sentencing recommendation.
Thank you. So ultimately, the state's recommendation is that the defendant not be eligible for release at any point onto extended supervision. And obviously, we're here for legally and morally the most serious offense somebody can commit in this state. Really, I think a few points bear emphasis. I'm not going to rehash the entire trial testimony for the court, but I do think a few points bear emphasis. Really, the manner and nature of which Ms. Schabusiness caused Shad's death in this case, I think is really one of the more egregious, frankly incomprehensible methods of ending another person's life that we've seen in this county and certainly in a significant period of time. So it's one thing we sometimes see intentional homicides where there is a bad choice. There is a decision in a moment of anger or whatever it is to pull a trigger on a gun or to hit somebody in anger. And while that intent exists when they're committing that act or when they're pulling that trigger, it's sometimes rather fleeting. The manner, as we heard from the defendant herself, explain how she ended Chad's life. This really wasn't a bad decision. It was a series of conscious efforts. It was continued effort over, as she said, 3 to 5 minutes, as she's telling and describing for Detective Groff and Detective Kemp, pantomiming how she's pulling harder, how she's glibly talking about how he's turning purple, and I liked it. I'm pulling harder. He's coughing up blood. I'm pulling harder. I kept going. I was waiting for him to die. This really is an involved process. It's a method of ending another person's life that really is quite significant, and I think evinces some significant concerns going forward, both in looking at the nature of the offense, as we have to, but in looking at some of the other factors the court's to consider, and which I'll be commenting on earlier. It's really one of the most horrific ways to end a person's life. And again, it's bad enough to do to anyone, but as we heard, there was this level of trust and friendship and familiarity between the two, which I think is just really makes the acts of the defendant really incomprehensible in that respect. You have, obviously, the method of ending his life was significant and serious, but after the fact, not realizing, in the course of this conduct, her actions are going too far, and to the opposite, actually going further, and, as I commented on earlier, but not then owning up to what happened, not realizing the impact of her subsequent acts would have on Shad and his memory, on his family, on this community, really, to engage in the acts that she did with his body, which I'm not going to comment on what those are. The court and counsel are aware of what happened, and the systematic and organized and laborious efforts she undertook. Again, that's nothing we've seen in this county. I can't imagine in many counties have seen acts of callous brutality like that. And I do think that's an extremely aggravating factor. I recall Dr. Tranquita's testimony from trial talking about the amount of effort and volition and choice that would have to be done to undergo what the defendant did over a period of hours. This was not again, one bad choice in some respects. It was the choice to end his life in the first place, certainly a bad choice, but continued bad choices throughout the next day, throughout the morning and into the night, where she's finally stopped by law enforcement. It's really the three convictions that Ms. Schabusiness was convicted of, I think are just really some of the more egregious conduct that the court will sentence a person on for some time. The court saw the entire 8-hour interview in the course of the litigation. We saw portions of that interview as she's describing this to law enforcement, and really we see really from moment one, and that continued throughout the pendency of the proceedings in the case, to her comments in the PSI. We'll see what the allocution is today, but really a lack of remorse or understanding or appreciation, I guess, is in some respects of the conduct that she's engaging in. We saw her calmly describe what happened, at some points being rather glib and smirking about what she had done. As we see later in the PSI, having very little remorse for what she's done. And ultimately, the defendant, we've heard a lot about drug use and mental health history, which I'll comment on later. But really, the defendant herself is telling us why this happened. And it wasn't because methamphetamine. It wasn't because of mental illness. She's telling law enforcement why this happened. It happened because she liked it. It's because she wanted to do it. And again, throughout the entirety of this case, we see this underlying motive is essentially, it's kind of consistent, right? We see, and we have seen acts of acting out, both in court and to examiners who are seeing her. It's consistent in the state's view with a lack of remorse, of understanding of the conduct that she engaged in. And I think that's all consistent. I think it's all an aggravating circumstance for the court to consider at sentencing. And I want to talk to, because impact on the crime victims is a factor the court considered. And I want to comment on that in two respects. First, the perseverance of this family to have the attitude they have about the case and about Taylor is admirable. To hear the things they've had to hear and experience the things they've had to experience, I think is tremendous. So the thought of the defendant having perpetrated this act and impacting them in that way, I think is incredibly concerning. I also, it was heartening, as I've been the prosecutor for many months on this case, and in reading the PSI, getting to know more about Shad, and I want to comment on that, because unfortunately the case we've heard, really everything we've heard about him has been in the context of what Taylor did to him. And it's really unfortunate that that's the memory that some people will have about him. And again, that's a result of the defendant's acts to, in some respects, really tinge the memory that some may have of him. And I don't want that to be the case. But we heard the good. We heard how he was a good and a quiet kid, how he would always hug his dad on the way out of before he left the house, how he would read and knit and crochet with his younger sister. And that's the person the defendant took out of this world. You know, for all the talk about how young the defendant is, Shad was 24 when he passed. So all the things we hear the defendant wants to experience in life, she still has that opportunity in a confined setting. And simply put, Shad does not. So the impact on the crime victims, I think, is significant. We then look at Schabusiness's character. I guess I'll first comment on the prior history, which we consider, and I guess we're also sentencing on. There are 3 prior convictions. She was just placed on probation 6 weeks before this offense, and appropriately so. In reviewing the complaints, she kicked an officer. There's indications of methamphetamine or other substance abuse that led to that conduct. She then, in the fleeing case, fled at 80 miles an hour down the downtown Green Bay when it's populated with bar patrons and other pedestrians walking down the street. She's hopping curbs. She's not stopping. She's blowing through red lights. Again, there was indicia that drug use was at play there. And those were both in 2020. So as we heard earlier, there was ample time in reviewing the materials. Efforts were made to address the underlying substance abuse issues. She was placed on probation, and really nothing of much was accomplished in that short period of time. The little that was accomplished, she absconded from electronic monitoring. She cut off the bracelet, and really then obviously engaged in this conduct. So the state agrees that, considering this idea of rehabilitation, and that's always a goal, but in some respects that opportunity was afforded both during the criminal cases and in reviewing all of the materials at many points throughout her life, and unfortunately either was not followed through with, was not taken seriously, and I think that's a concern going forward. We consider the background of the defendant, and I echo the comments earlier. That's not a childhood, that's not an early adolescence that anyone should have to go through, and that's, it's difficult to hear some of that stuff. But when we consider that sort of background information, unfortunately, we deal with a lot of people who have substance abuse issues in the criminal justice system that lead them to make choices they wouldn't normally make, that leads them to become thieves or become burglars or become misdemeanor offenders. Really, I'm not sure we have a nexus here between that underlying substance issue or mental health history and the conduct that we're sentencing her for today. Certainly, we've had a lot of litigation or testimony about the mental health history of the defendant. The court-appointed experts called a majority of that into doubt, and obviously the jury disagreed that there was any mental disease or defect that led to this behavior. And I comment on that because, it's one thing just to say this person has a mental health history or a substance abuse history, and it's important to note, but really why that's relevant at sentencing is it's sometimes a nexus or it's a explanation for one's conduct that maybe then would lead towards maybe rehabilitative efforts. I'm not sure in the case there's that nexus between the prior drug history, mental health history to the extent there is one, and the defendant's conduct here. It appears there was methamphetamine use. We don't know how much, and we don't know, given some of the comments of the defendant after the fact, how much that impacted her decision making. Certainly probably didn't help, but we, as the doctor said today, we've now had this long period of essentially forced sobriety, and we're seeing aberrant behavior throughout that time. Certainly, obviously, nothing to the extent of what she did to Shad, but I comment on that because, yes, there are those histories, and rehabilitation is always a goal of the criminal justice system. And I would think most people in the public and in the state certainly would agree with that as a first option, as a response to addiction, to low-level offenses, rehabilitation is a primary goal. Rehabilitation, while important, should not be a primary goal for the court in this case. And I say that in part because of what the defendant did. I think criteria like punishment and deterrence and protection of the public are more primary factors. But it was very concerning to not only hear the defendant talk about the offense to law enforcement, but the comments that were made in the pre-sentence report, which, as I mentioned, I think evince just an utter lack of remorse for what happened. And it's relevant, a lack of remorse, to one's character. Obviously, if somebody's remorseful for their conduct, that reflects favorably on their character, and the state would be the first to acknowledge when that's the case. Here, not only do we have a lack of that, we have really the opposite. We have the defendant in the PSI on page 7 saying, quote, "I don't have any regrets about what I did, and I do not feel remorseful for Shad." So the state's concern
There you
really
go,
is
right
more-
from her mouth.
Comments like that go more towards protection of the public and an ultimate question for the court of whether this is a person who should be afforded the opportunity to be released. Because really lack of remorse in many respects is more fundamental to protection of the public and those sort of criteria. And that's because understanding, appreciating, being remorseful of one's conduct helps that rehabilitation effort, and it helps ultimately then protection of the public. If you're not acknowledging what you did and that it was bad and that you should feel bad to the victim who did what the defendant did to the victim, why should there ever be a potential for release, to be released back into the community without that understanding? That's step one in the rehabilitation effort. And we don't have that yet. And really we have something completely contrary to that. And that's extremely concerning. So in that respect, I agree with the Department of Corrections in the case. They're recommending Ms. Schabusiness not be eligible for release, and the state's joining in that. I've reviewed the defense PSI from Mr. Highland and Ms. Nitz, who were retained. And you know, they acknowledge in some respects the logical course would be to not be released without the possibility of release, but they come to a different conclusion for really 3 reasons, and I wanted to comment on that. First, they comment that she has a documented history of mental health issues, including hallucinations, ideations, extreme emotional highs and lows, things like that. I do think that's inconsistent with the expert testimony from the court-appointed witnesses in the case, from Dr. Engen, from Dr. Seipel. Really, I commented on Dr. Seipel's quote to the doctor earlier in his testimony. I'm not sure if that's the case here. I think it's fair to say some of the beliefs are questioning the behavior that we're seeing, wondering if it's volitional. Some doctors even being more forceful in that opinion that it is, that it's fundamentally volitional choices that the defendant's making. Dr. Seipel found no credible evidence in that, and we're not here to litigate that. I comment on that because if that's one of the bases to conclude that she is eligible for release, I don't know if that's consistent with the evidence that the court's been presented in the case. Second, her intense use of methamphetamine just prior to the offense. Again, I don't know how much of an impact that had. Certainly, we heard about sometimes meth use can cause those gaps in memories and things like that. That's not consistent with what we saw. We saw, to whatever extent the defendant used methamphetamine leading up to the offense. First of all, I don't know if we know what impact that had, and second of all, I don't know how it'll.
AG1 is so much more than a green
Oh,
card.
thank you, YouTube, for yet
Get
another
yours today.
non-skippable commercial.
Happen again if she was released into the community. I don't know if that nexus is there in this case. The third consideration they commented on is her present inability to fully process and acknowledge the act she engaged in, noting that it appears to come from her reviewing the reports generated by law enforcement. And again, the court's seen the interview. Her recollection and appreciation and understanding of what she did is evident from moment one. It's not from reviewing police reports. In many respects, she was leading the investigation. She knew more than Detective Groff and Detective Kemp. She's pointing out where everything is. She's providing accurate information that's corroborated by law enforcement on the scene. So this notion that this is somehow she's not fully processed what's going on, not only is that contrary to the evidence, the evidence we have is that she has processed and she simply does not care or appreciate what she did. And I think that's consistent with her comments in the PSI. It's consistent in her attitude and comments to law enforcement in both interviews. And again, I talked about this at length in talking about her remorse, but that gives significant pause. This was not a person who was psychologically unable to understand what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing. The jury agreed. And I think that's evident from the evidence in the case. So they also talk about, this denying the eligibility of release is to reject the possibility that there may be advancements in the future. And certainly that's potentially the case. We have no idea what Ms. Schabusiness will be like in 2040, 2050, 2060. But that's just one of the factors the courts can consider. To only think in those terms neglects the other criteria, neglects what she actually did in this case, the moral need for punishment, the need for deterrence, the need to protect the public from somebody doing that to another person in this community. So sure, rehabilitation is always an effort, and hopefully in a confined setting that can be accomplished to some extent. But that's not the only criteria. The only criteria is, can we correct this behavior? We also have to address what she actually did. And what she did, as I commented on, is significant. So really, in light of these circumstances, I think the department's recommendation for Ms. Schabusiness not to be eligible for release is appropriate. There are select cases where the legislature has determined that somebody in the court's discretion should not be eligible for release into the community again. And looking at the criteria and what the defendant did in this case, that's seemingly, this case seems to be kind of made for that sort of a result, what the legislature had in mind in crafting that possibility. So I believe the state should exercise the court should exercise its sentencing discretion and deny the eligibility for release. I think in that event, the sentences on the other counts are perhaps moot, but I think the PSI's recommendation for consecutive sentences on the other matters are appropriate. The sentencing after revocation, I'll just agree with the department. They recommend a year in jail. That's appropriate. But really, the preeminent case is obviously the case we're here for today. So that's all I have to say. There's credit, but we'll wait till the end. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. There's a lot of information that the court has to sift through and assess and analyze in this case. We've got the State of Wisconsin Department of Corrections pre-sentence investigation report. We also have the Forte Investigations independent PSI or pre-sentence investigation report. The court heard some testimony from family members, my client's cousin, her father, her grandmother, Dr. O'Donnell. What we have here is a horrific situation that happened. It can't be undone. Certainly the defense agrees that Taylor Denise Schabusiness has to be punished, but she's a young person. She's 25 years old. We can't undo what happened. What we know is that she's got family that supports her, that loves her, family in Texas, family in Ohio, extended family out there. They're all willing to try and help Taylor in whatever way they can. I think that my client, Your Honor, is not a throwaway. She's not a monster. She's certainly got problems, and over time, I think she can get control over her problems, get help, get rehabilitation, and also be punished. Clearly, when during the trial, the court saw the videotape footage, and when the Green Bay police detectives and officers came to the Eastman Avenue apartment and they made contact with Taylor out on the porch or on the steps, and then had her go back inside and sit down on the stairs, you could tell that she was high on drugs. And then eventually she was questioned and taken out to the police squad car for further questioning down at the Green Bay Police Department. But Taylor is not a throwaway. She's a human being. It's not an eye for an eye. I'm very impressed by Michael Thyrion, Shad Thyrion's father. He has a huge heart, and he forgives my client for what happened, and he, from what I heard, believes that he thinks that that my client should be given the opportunity for parole or extended supervision down sometime in the future. And I'd ask that the court consider that. He's the victim in this case, and what he asks of the court should be strongly considered. I have a client who is very young. She's a young woman. She has severe mental health problems. It's the elephant in the room. We can't ignore it. She's got all kinds of mental health problems. They have been bore out in the records from Prevea Health, from Nicolay Psychiatric Center, from Bellin Health. She was under a civil commitment order in 2021 and under an order to take psychotropic medication. And this young lady has a lot of mental health issues that need intensive treatment and counseling over time. She is a dual diagnosis client or patient. She has severe drug addiction issues, marijuana, cocaine, methamphetamine. She apparently used it where she smoked it, where she used it through an IV intravenously. She's had problems for a long time with drugs, and that's an issue that really needs immediate attention by professionals. But this has never been about an eye for an eye. It's about fairness and justice. That my client should be punished, but she should also be given the opportunity to have a chance at the possibility of extended supervision or parole supervision sometime in the future after she gets help. This was one incident. I would argue that my client should not necessarily receive separate punishments, although we have convictions for 3 separate crimes, but it was an incident that occurred on one particular date, February 22nd of 2022, that the sentences should be concurrent. I would argue, Your Honor, and ask the court to consider the fact that this was likely a meth-fueled type of incident on the date of this tragedy. Shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. As far as looking at my client's life, she was born in Evanston, Illinois, Chicago area, moved with family to Green Bay, Wisconsin in 2008, went to school here in the community, went to high school here at Bayport, and then at some point she went to live in Texas with her grandparents, and then came back. I would argue that Taylor Schabusiness has redeeming social value. She's got the ability to do artwork. She's like soccer. She's like swimming. She's able to function independently. She's of average intelligence. She's got adequate written and verbal skills. She's a high school graduate from Cotulla High School in Texas, where she graduated in 2016. She was very good in different classes like social studies, physical education, science, economics. She's had different kinds of jobs as a cook for Big Beef City in 2012, 2013. She worked for Tour Temple in Texas in 2012. She worked for Saputo Cheese for about 3 years in 2017 to 2020, making about $21 an hour. She worked for Seek Staffing. When she was in Texas, she was apparently a maintenance supervisor where she made close to maybe $32 an hour. And she was certified for employment purposes in sanitation, forklift, driving, pallet jacking, safety locks, things of that sort. So she's able to do well. Those pictures, the family sent those pictures to me and I sent them to the court. I think the pictures show Taylor as a youngster, as a teenager, and as an adult, that she's got family that loves her, that supports her, that she is needed, and that she can form relationships and that she's capable of love. I think that Mr. Coronado, it's unfortunate of his situation, but he indicated to the pre-sentence writer that Taylor was a good person, kind-hearted, helped others out, that Taylor struggled after her mom, Marla, passed away in 2009. Taylor Schabusiness has suffered a significant amount of loss in her life. She lost her mom, Marla, in 2009, lost her brother, AJ, in 2022 from a motorcycle accident. You heard about the other losses from the cousin that testified. My client has a little boy, Mateo, who's age 1, and he's living with Juan and Esther Coronado in Temple, Texas. Those pictures speak 1,000 words. You could see that Taylor was delighted to have that baby come into her life. She kissed his head. She hugged the baby. She was happy with being around her grandparents. You could see that she was close with her brother, AJ. All of these pictures show that she has had a good life where she got love and support from family. The tragedy, the fact that she has these losses, I don't think they were ever really addressed in counseling, but they eroded her mental health. And she had underlying problems besides all of that. My client certainly has a prior record, but it's not a long record. It's not a record where she assaults people and things of that sort. In looking at the independent pre-sentence investigation report from Paul Hyland, those writers, Mr. Hyland and Carrie Nitz, a PsyD licensed abuse counselor, indicates that Ms. Schabusiness' present inability to fully process and acknowledge the acts that she engaged in on February 22nd, 2022 exists. My client has these mental health problems. She's not getting treatment in the jail. She's not apparently on any medications and probably needs to be. She needs to see professionals to help her address some of these problems that she has. But with the proper treatment, with the proper medication, with the proper counseling, I think she can turn it around and do great things like her father, Arturo Coronado, testified to. She's not a lost cause, Your Honor. And the writers from Forte Investigations indicates at this time, presently, she's unable to psychologically fathom the crimes that she committed during her mental state on February 22nd of 2022. I agree with that. I don't think she is currently able to do that. She's going to need some treatment to process all of this. She was likely in a drug-induced delusional state at the time that that happened. And you even heard from Dr. James O'Donnell, who has a lot of experience dealing with methamphetamine use and chemicals and all of that. He indicated that chronic methamphetamine use causes cognitive impairment. It impairs cognition, can cause violent behavior, delusions, hallucinations, some cases psychosis, and a loss of touch with reality. And I would argue that that's likely what happened here. Likely would not have happened if my client was not using drugs with Mr. Thyrion. And it's my client's fault that this happened, and she has to be held accountable for that, but the court needs to take that into consideration here. And, the court has the discretion to do whatever the court feels is appropriate, taking into account all of the sentencing factors. And, punishing my client for decades like the Forte Investigation Independent PSI recommends is appropriate. She can be punished, but at some point, she should maybe be given the chance or the possibility of being on extended supervision. Because to deny the possibility of consideration for extended supervision in the future is to reject the possibility that there may be advancements in medicine, in psychology, in therapy, maybe certain medications can fix some of the problems that she has. This is a very complicated case from a psychological, from a mental health standpoint, from a medical standpoint. And I would argue that my client should be given the opportunity to live her later years possibly outside of a confined setting. That it'll give her incentive to work hard in counseling, in therapy, participating in interviews with professionals to try and get a better understanding of the crime and the factors that contributed to it. And the possibility of parole, like Mr. Hyland says, is not synonymous to the probability of parole. We're just asking the court to consider the possibility of her being afforded extended supervision or parole in the future, sometime in the future, after thousands of hours of therapy, after thousands of hours of counseling, after possibly taking prescribed medications, following the strict adherence to the medication regimen. My client apparently doesn't seem to have much in the way of a violence in her life, threats to people, and only after an extended period of time of living appropriately, vigilantly, could she have the possibility of being considered for supervised release. So I agree with what Mr. Hyland and Ms. Nitz have to say about their recommendations, and I'd ask that you consider that, Your Honor. I'd ask that the sentences for counts 1, 2, and 3 all be concurrent to each other, as recommended by Forte Investigations, and then I'd ask that you consider granting her consideration for extended supervision, make her complete a mental health assessment, comply with all recommendations, have her complete an AODA assessment and follow those recommendations, submit a DNA sample that's required under Wisconsin law. I think that Forte Investigations did a very good job, a very detailed analysis of my client's problems. They did an alcohol and other psychoactive substance abuse evaluation and concluded and opined that my client has a history of using mind-altering substances, that her that she had some losses in her life, but that she also had some good parts of her life where she graduated from high school, had a baby, had jobs. It talks about the history of using substances. And I took some notes on that. Well, it looks like she started using alcohol at age 6 and then continued onward with using marijuana, maybe at about 14 or so, and then got into stimulants, the methamphetamine, and started using methamphetamine at age 21. You know, using these drugs, the methamphetamine is probably one of the worst drugs you can possibly use, but it changes your brain. It changes the chemical composition of your brain. It causes all kinds of problems. She used marijuana for sometimes almost daily until she got to be 21. So you can understand maybe how her thinking and her judgment and her ability to process was completely impaired. And then you add another layer of the mental health problems. Of course, it's going to create hallucinations and auditory and visual hallucinations where she doesn't go to sleep, stays up all night, stays up for days on end. Certainly, she was under the influence of methamphetamines at the time of this offense. And she really hasn't had much in the way of treatment. I think treatment could help fix or reduce some of the problems that she has. I think she's open to it because she tried it in the past. And maybe she resorted to drugs, Your Honor, because that's what she saw her mother do as far as using alcohol or other things, and that's how they coped. You know, you learn from your parents. My client, apparently, according to Carrie Nitz, meets the criteria for substance misuse diagnosis. And all the different diagnoses are as follows: alcohol use disorder, cannabis use disorder, severe opioid use disorder, morphine, stimulant use disorder, methamphetamine, stimulant use disorder, crack cocaine, and that Carrie Nitz, NITZ, recommends that Ms. Schabusiness engage in treatment in a residential or inpatient service program where she can receive intensive services in a structured environment with a focus geared towards motivational and intervention strategies, as well as promotion of recovery and close monitoring of sobriety. And it's recommended that these services be received duly with the services to address her significant mental health related issues. Providing these kinds of services and recommendations, it may be possible for Taylor Schabusiness to obtain control of her life, engage in meaningful relationships with others, and adequately address her substance misuse, and which could possibly change the direction of her life, benefiting her and the criminal justice system. I think it would be a tragedy to, as an argument on behalf of my client, to give her life in prison without the possibility of parole. I think that the court should definitely take into account what the defense is recommending, what the independent pre-sentence investigation is recommending, and what Michael Thyrion is recommending. I don't believe that my client is or wanted to do this or liked doing it. I think that she really wasn't able to completely understand or fathom what was going on. And when she was talking to detectives from the Green Bay Police Department, she was still hopped up on drugs. Her mind just wasn't thinking straight. How could it? But she was cooperative and told law enforcement what happened, gave them information that helped with their investigation. The fact that she was cooperative should be considered by the court. I calculated the jail credit, and she was arrested on February 22nd of 2022. So through today, I come up with 581 days of credit. I talked to my client. I don't know how many hits of meth she took. She indicated maybe it was 51 hits prior to the incident, but she took a lot of meth. I would argue and submit that the more you use, the worse it gets, especially if you have an underlying mental health problem. And the underlying mental health problem, as Dr. O'Donnell states, it was exacerbated by the heavy use of drugs. And, you know, the doctors and the state, it seems like, other than Dr. Lighton, who said that woman is psychotic, all the other doctors seem to think that, oh, my client does not have a mental health diagnosis or a mental health issue, and she does. That's why she was under a court order under the state of Wisconsin for a civil commitment and a medication order. I would also argue that the fact that she used marijuana at a young age, 12, 13, 14, whatever it was, and whether it was daily or not, it likely changed the chemical composition of her brain and made her incapable of making rational decision. Her brain, her thought process, her ability to think rationally, all got eroded over time. And Your Honor, there are aggravating factors here, but there are also mitigating factors. And I would argue that Taylor Denise Schabusiness has many redeeming social qualities. She could turn her life around with counseling, with education, support of her family, support of her dad, support of her aunt and cousin that's in the courtroom, with medication management through a psychiatrist or psychologist or therapist or doctor, possibly getting back on injectable antipsychotic medications to treat her psychiatric and other problems, get into criminal thinking classes in the prison, maybe have a full psychiatric evaluation, and have a structured daily regimen. And this young lady, I've worked with her for quite a long time. I've seen a lot of positive things in her. And I think that part of it has been the the drugs were just clouding everything, where she couldn't think straight and just wasn't making right decisions. But she can turn it around. She can make better decisions in the future with help. And I think there is a nexus between her substance abuse problem and mental health history. Certainly, my client needs punishment. The public needs to be protected. But also a factor is rehabilitation. And after time, after years, she should be given that opportunity to be released under supervision of the Department of Corrections. She'll need close rehabilitative control. But she deserves a chance. And I mean, the court has to weigh the scales of justice. We see them all the time. From testimony, from records, from arguments, from exhibits, and from what people say, what victims say, what Michael Thyrion says. So I would ask that you consider these arguments on behalf of my client, Your Honor, as to the recommendations of Forte Investigations. I'd ask that you go along with that, ask that it all be concurrent, give her the credit that I already stated, and as to the revocation manner, defense would agree that she should receive 1 year in jail. We ask that it be concurrent to any other sentence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Schabusiness, this is your opportunity to address me. If there's anything on your mind you'd like to say before I pass sentence.
No, there isn't.
Okay. Very good.
There, so he's given her ample opportunity to just stand up and say, I'm
Sentence
so
on cases
sorry.
like this, the court has to consider the factors set forth in State versus Galleon. So I have to consider the gravity of the offense, the character of the defendant, the need to protect the public, as well as other aggravating and mitigating circumstances, including rehabilitative needs and punishment and deterrence, and then craft a sentence in each case that's appropriate. In this case, when I consider the defendant's character, I can say that over the course of this case, I've learned a great deal about you, Ms. Schabusiness. First of all, you were born in Chicago, lived there until you were about age 10, 12 rather. You seem to have had a stable childhood. You were loved by your mother and your father and your brother. And unfortunately, your mother passed away when you were 12, your brother passed away from in a vehicle accident, and your dad's incarcerated. But I'm confident that all three of them probably still love you very much. Her father's employment was transferred to Green Bay when she was about 12 years old, and hence began the contact Ms. Schabusiness had with this community. She attended Bayport High School. At about 16, she moved to Texas to live with her grandfather. She graduated from high school in Cotulla, Texas, and eventually came back to Green Bay because she missed her father and her brother, which again doesn't surprise me any because, as I've indicated, I think they both love her very much. She's worked in this community. I read over the pre-sentence investigation report that I ordered, and that outlines some work experience that she has, and I think that's a favorable character trait because, quite frankly, not everyone that lives in this community does work. And I think it indicates someone who wants to get out and support themselves and not make anybody else do it.
Oh, no, Judge. No,
she has
Judge.
a limited court record. Certainly we have pretty much the entire extent of her criminal record in front of us here today. But it's a limited record that reflects on character. She's got a family who cares about her. And although sometimes I think people take that for granted, if you sit in this courtroom long enough, you'll realize that you should never take your family for granted because so many people come in sitting in that chair in an orange jumpsuit and have absolutely no one who will come in and say, I'm with her. And that takes a little bit of fortitude to come in and do that. And frankly, today she's got extended family that comes in and does that for her because her direct family are unable to do that for various reasons. And so I think that speaks to Ms. Schabusiness's character because there's people in this world who find value and worth in her that they're willing to come in and stand behind her. So I think that reflects on character. I'm cognizant of the fact that she began using drugs at a very young age. Marijuana at age 12, cocaine at around 18, and methamphetamine at around 18 as well. And we've heard a lot of testimony about drug usage. I don't have any doubt that that has an impact on how people conduct their lives and behave from moment to moment. But quite frankly, as far as this incident and these events go, I think I've spoken to this already in prior hearings, but the fact of the matter is, when I watched the interview with law enforcement shortly after these events, I observed someone who was lucid, understanding what was going on, was tracking what was being asked of her, her answers were tracking. Everything seemed to be together at that moment. I don't really see the influence of drugs now. It doesn't mean it's not there, but I didn't see it in that interview, which is the most close proximity to the events of this night that we have, is that interview. And right then and there, she seemed to be very lucid in what she was doing. But I don't doubt that there's a long history of drug use, serious drug use. Methamphetamine is a plague in this community, and it seeped into this case as well. And it's something that we have to constantly fight against. It's not a battle that the system wins often, but we're making some headway. And every little step we take is perhaps one life that can be saved as a result of that drug coming into this community. But it's a big problem, and it is in this case. I've heard about Ms. Schabusiness's mental health history. I've read stacks and stacks of mental health records that have come in as recently as a few days ago. And I read them over, which allowed me to learn even more about Ms. Schabusiness and about her character and who she is as a person. I've heard about her son who lives in Texas, and I'm absolutely convinced that she loves her son. I'm going to say more about that in a minute, but that's a piece of who she is because she's a mom. And I think that is a title that is a precious title, and it's an important title. I'm also convinced that a person comes into this court with their life up to that point in time as a demonstration of their character. What kind of a person are they? What do they bring to the table as a member of the human community? Not just this community, but as a community, the human community as a whole. And there are some things about Ms. Schabusiness that speak well of that. I was a little bit put off by a statement that I read in the pre-sentence investigation report, frankly, from her father. He said on page 17 of that report, "I feel like the system could have helped Taylor and kind of failed her as well." And I reflected on that because it's difficult to understand who people refer to when they say the system fails people. Because you know what? It's not the job of the system to raise people's children. The system tries to do that. The system is not perfect. Like our fight against methamphetamine is not perfect, but we carry the fight on. People in our community get into the system, be that the court system or the system dealing with child protection. Really, I think what they're referring to, I don't know, but it seems to be the government. The government needs to come in and do more to take care of people who have gone astray. And I'm not sure that that's the case. Nonetheless, attempts are made. Attempts are being made in this courthouse every day. And to suggest that somehow it's the system that failed. It always surprises me a little bit when people come into court. They're coming in an orange jumpsuit and chains to suggest that it's the system that's failed my daughter. There's a certain irony in that. There really is. And it disturbed me when I read that piece. I'm not so sure it's really relevant to what should happen to Ms. Schabusiness, but it was relevant to what I heard from this witness here today, because I think the system does the best it can. It's imperfect, and it has very much to do with the amount of resources that the public wants to put into the system, and those resources are finite. But as I say, in this building, the system is doing everything it can to fight drug use with all of our treatment courts, with everything we do. to try to help push back the plague of drug use that's occurred and that we've heard so much about in this case. So I read that statement. I heard from Ms. Schabusiness's father. He is coming in here to talk about his daughter, who's also going through the system, and I couldn't help but think of everything I heard about Ms. Schabusiness's son, because it seems to be a cycle. It seems to be just a circle. It's coming around again, so that if he ever finds himself in the situation that his mother finds himself in, where she's the only one he's got left to come in and speak for him, again, I guess it's the system that's done something, but it all starts, frankly, at somebody's home and what they have to offer to their children. And so anyways, I reflect on that. But I'm also convinced that, no one is responsible for where they come from. But you are responsible for where you're going. So there's a lot of tragedy that has occurred in Ms. Schabusiness's life. There really is. I've already reflected on some of that. And it almost seems as if you could apply the phrase, she never had a chance, to Ms. Schabusiness. But as I said, you're not responsible for where you come from, but you are responsible for the choices you make about where you're going. And Ms. Schabusiness has got to be held responsible for that, and this is the ending of a process that is doing just that. At the same time, I'm absolutely convinced that, irrespective of the sentence that Ms. Schabusiness gets, which in light of these charges is going to be a life sentence, every human being has the ability to move forward and find meaning in their life, and Ms. Schabusiness has that opportunity, just like anybody else in this courtroom. She has the ability to do that, and I certainly hope that for her. But all of those things I reflect on when I consider the character of this defendant. Next, I move on to the gravity of the offense. And I sit in this chair often, and I address situations where people have been have lost their lives, or people have been violated terribly. And I always indicate that really the offense in this case can't be overstated. And that seems very appropriate to say that in most cases when there's been such a death or a violation. But in this case, it seems different. In this case, you seem to run out of superlatives when describing what happened in this case. You really do. The list of superlatives don't seem to measure up to what you see and what you hear about, and what we heard about in the trial. This crime offends human decency, it offends human dignity, and it offends the human community. It really does. When someone loses their life needlessly, it's tragic. It really is. It's tragic for family and friends and community. When life is taken from a person in the fashion that it was in this case, where the victim's remains are cut up and packaged in containers, it's difficult to identify a human nature in those activities. It really is. It's very troubling. It's difficult to recognize the general belonging that most people have for their community. It's difficult to recognize community in anything that happened in this case. This is a small community that we live in, where the web of relationships almost encompass everyone who lives here, such that people look out for each other and care when something bad happens to one of our members. And in a broader sense, the community we exist in is the human community, as I've reflected on. And these actions are foreign to all of that community, and they shock the community beyond the ability to adequately express in words. They really do, and that's the gravity of this offense. That is the gravity of this offense. There aren't superlatives for it. There aren't really words for it. You can get a sense of it. You can get a sense of it and a feel for it, but there's no really way to express the gravity of this offense. So the need to protect the public is an important factor the court needs to struggle with as well. And in light of what I've just indicated, I think it's plain that there is a need to protect the public in this case. As I said, this behavior seems so removed from the human community as to be unpredictable. It really is. And in a place where this kind of an offense, kind of actions, kind of a crime is possible, with no advanced warning signs, and absolutely anything's possible then. Where this kind of a thing is possible, absolutely anything is possible. And from that, the public needs protection. They really do. I've outlined, what I think are aggravating circumstances in this case. There are mitigating circumstances, as I've said. There's things about Ms. Schabusiness regarding her upbringing and what brought her here, the struggles she's had with some mental health issues, and struggling perhaps in the context of those issues with a family who wasn't always as present as they could have been. Those are mitigating sets of circumstances. But all of those things weigh into what this court has to address. So when I consider what is an appropriate sentence, first, I think the law requires that I at least look at least some of these cases. I take a look at probationary sentences. Those aren't appropriate. They would diminish the severity of the offense. But at this time, given all the factors that I have to consider, it's the decision of this court and the judgment of the law that Ms. Schabusiness be sentenced as follows. As to in 22 CF 363, count 1, that's the first degree intentional homicide as a repeater. It's a Class A felony. I'm going to impose life imprisonment without the possibility of extended supervision. I believe that's appropriate in light of the findings that I've already made. As far as count 2, mutilation of a corpse as a repeater, a Class F felony, I'm going to adopt the recommendation of the pre-sentence investigation writer, 7.5 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That'll be consecutive to count 1. As far as count 3, third degree sexual assault as a repeater, Class G felony, I'm going to impose 3 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That will be consecutive to count 2 and count 1. As far as the revocation cases, I'm going to impose 1 year of incarceration on each of those counts. Those will run concurrent to the other offenses. I've reviewed, as I've indicated, reviewed both of the pre-sentence investigation reports. There's certainly valuable things in them. I'm going to, as conditions of supervision, I'm going to require no contact with the victim's family, maintain absolute sobriety, complete SOT assessment and treatment follow-through, obtain and maintain full-time employment. To the extent there's ever supervision, GPS monitoring, I'm going to require an AODA assessment and follow-through, psychological evaluation and follow-through. The recommendations that are contained in the pre-sentence investigation report submitted by the defense indicates or suggests that there be services engaged in for substance abuse and other mental health issues. That's a reasonable suggestion. And I think I've encompassed it in the recommendations that I made, which is there needs to be a compass evaluation and follow through with any treatment recommendations that are proposed. But again, an AODA assessment and follow through and psychological evaluation so that Ms. Schabusiness can get the help that she needs while she serves the sentence. I'm going to order court costs. It's $538 per count. That's a total of $1,614. That'll be the order of the court. I do need to indicate, as I'm required to at sentencing, that now that Ms. Schabusiness is convicted of a felony, she'll lose her right to vote until it's given back to her by the governor or by state law, and she may not possess firearm or wear body armor. Any other record you'd like me to make, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich, any other record?
Your Honor, the 581 days credit for time served.
Any objection to that?
No, and there's an additional 60 days on the revocation case.
No objection to that.
581 days credit on the first case, and then on the revocation cases, 60 days credit. And that'll be the order of the court. Then, Mr. Freilich, you can go over your client's appeal rights with her.
Yes, I will.
And with that, then, this matter is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the very first one was life in prison with no parole. Isn't that what he said? In addition to all the other, they have to layer the disposal of a corpse. Or did I miss something? I don't know. Crime Spies is starving like Marvin. I didn't know this was going to last almost 4 hours. Yeah, life with no parole. Yeah, so thank you so much, Rogue Knox. I heard that right off the bat. He's like, for the first charge, a Class A felony, life in prison, no parole. And then, they tack on the extra years, etc. to that. All right. Yeah, this judge, if you were somebody that watched the trial, if you were someone that watched the trial when we covered it back in July, this judge does like to talk. He likes to wear loud ties and he likes to talk. So at first I was like, oh no, judge. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Going over, the positives. And then when he started hitting on the negatives, I was like, oh yeah, that was just his style. He gave us all a slight heart attack. Yeah, I'm really, the two things that I'm surprised by, did you see she gave the jury look? No, I did not. Did you see when the judge was saying, when he got to the part about, what she did to the body, and she gives him a look of confusion, like, what are you talking about? Well, I bet. Oh, and the jurors aren't there. The jurors were dismissed when the trial was over. This was just a sentencing hearing. She gave someone. Oh, thank you, YouTube. I needed another commercial in my life. All right, so there she goes. Yeah. There she goes. Goodbye, Taylor. Life, no parole. I gotta say. So again, I was kind of shocked with the father of Shad here, Michael, I think they said his name was, saying that he forgave her and asking the judge for basically leniency by giving her, a chance at parole. But, it's pretty clear to pretty much everyone that, and I got to say, that attorney, he had nothing to work with. Nothing. And I thought he, got to give him an A for effort. Trying so hard as he did with the mountains of evidence and whatnot with this one. So I just wanted to share with you this link. I think I put it in there earlier, but I'm going to do it one more time. Just here. And I hope when I switch over to OBS full time, I can have both chats in one. It's kind of hard paying attention. So again, I just wanted to share with you some of the pictures that are on this link I just sent. Just a memorial for him. He has the same birthday I do, September 7th. Of course, much younger than old Crime Spies here. This is a picture. This is one I was trying to put on the background. Can we see this a little closer? Let's see. Nope, that's not the way I wanted to. Oh, no, that's making it go. Oops. Guess that's as big as we can get. So this was posted on there. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard our hearts and our minds in Jesus Christ. Philippians 4:7, King James Version. So these are just some things that were posted on his memorial page. This picture here, I think was the last picture he took. So there he was. Oh, and I wanted to show this too. He looks kind of different in some of these pictures. This here, so obituary. So the mother, Tara, that's the home, and the father, Michael. Shad attended Howard Somiko schools as a child and later worked with his father and grandfather at their family business. He enjoyed camping, games, and spending time with his family. He was a very kind and compassionate person who often thought of others before himself, a talented artist who also enjoyed wood carving. And then his mother testified, his sister testified, I'm not sure which one. The brother didn't, and then the Michael was the one that spoke today here at the sentencing hearing. Yeah. So there it is. So sad. Yeah, see, I was trying to, how do you get rid of me? Yeah, I was trying to put him on here. I didn't do a very good job, did I? Stop sharing, remove. There we go. There we go. I bet he's going out for a mega pint after this. Oh, the attorney? Probably a mega pint. Oh, Rogue Knox. I have on my Rumble channel, there was a brand new, let me try to find it. A brand new Johnny Depp, Amber Heard movie, two-part documentary movie that came out. And I put it on my Rumble, I bought it and I put it on my Rumble channel. And then I took it down, or I put it on private because it's so new and it's like an independent film guy. So if you go to my content, let me see if I can find the link. It was just, I want to say like a month ago. I think I unprivated it. Boy, Crime Spies has covered a lot of crime over on the Rumble side. Was it before Danilo Cavalcante? There it is. Okay, so I have it as unlisted. So here, I'll probably keep it unlisted for, okay. Yeah, it's, here, just a moment. Here. The link. Dun dun. Okay. So if you click on that link, it should let you in because right now it's supposed to be unsearchable. It's 2 hours and 21 minutes. So when you said make a pint, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Then you must be, it is really good. I actually might watch it again. And also, Rogue Knox, you do not have to be a subscriber on Rumble to watch it, but you do if you want to follow or comment. But let's see. September 8th. So about 3 weeks ago, I put it up. Oh, yay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So actually, let me put it over here on Rumble. Okay. Okay, so on the Rumble side, for those of you who are watching, I live streamed it and then I put it on private just because it was brand new and I didn't want it to get taken down. Usually on Rumble, they leave it alone. And then the other day, I can't remember whose live stream I was watching, and I said, hey, I think it was Brian, LTL podcast, Let's Talk Live podcast. So last week, like Tuesday, Wednesday-ish, he had me on as just a brief guest introducing me. And I went from like 128 followers on YouTube to like 188. Like a 50% increase in my followers. So I sent him a link and said, hey, I put it on unlisted just as a thank you to the audience, but also to a thank you for you guys too, for sticking around for 4 hours while we watch that. Alrighty, so I will leave that up probably for the whole week. But watch it. It's really good. It's all about the psychology of Amber. It was really good. And it's 2 parts. And I probably just talked, like I do in the beginning, but I'm pretty sure I'm off camera the whole time. Pretty sure. Alrighty. Well, I did look on Court TV. And here, so I just want to, maybe I can show this part. I don't dare play it because YouTube will take it down. It's here. It's called New Johnny Depp 2-part documentary, Surviving Amber Heard. Crime Spies Reviews. If you follow me on Twitter, I'll do that on occasion. I'll put something up here on Rumble Only and I'll say Rumble Only. Another one that's on there is the Becky Hill book, audiobook. Where is that one? I think I unhid that one too. Let me look. Oh, this is good too. This was 3 documentaries. I had to go to the grocery store. No, I had to go run some errands. And I had watched this Jodi Arias one. It was a new documentary series. And by the time I came back, Britney Spears was on. Hi, Bella, tell ya. Hi, Bella. Taylor Schabusiness, life in prison, no parole. She's going to the big house. So Bella, right above you, two chats above you, that's the link to the 2-part brand new Johnny Depp Surviving Amber Heard documentary series. I unhid it on my Rumble, and then I also unhid the Becky Hill audiobook. I think it was before Bondino. Hold on. Or was it after? Crime Spies is busy over on Rumble. Here it is. Yeah, I did unhide it. Now, I did talk quite a bit in the beginning of this one. Oh, look at this handsome man with all of his teeth. Thank you so much, Rumble. We love our commercials. So I did talk in the beginning. So, but then it was really early in the morning. And it was very early in the morning. And by the time my caffeine kicked in, then I was able to contain myself. So here's the Becky Hill Murdaugh audiobook, which is shocking. So both of those are unlisted. Yes, Bella, the verdict came in. Well, the verdict was guilty July 27th. Today was the sentencing hearing. And we've been on for 4 hours. So there was four different people. Her grandmother, who's actually raising her son, her 2-year-old son, or almost 2-year-old son, Mateo. So basically, the grandmother's raising a great grandbaby. She spoke, and then a second cousin of hers, who is also a nurse practitioner in the psychiatric field, she spoke. Then her father came in. Her father, Arturo Coronado, who I thought was in prison for a drug charge. And Cindy, I think Cindy Burke said, what's he in prison for? Because, he comes in with his sporting his orange jumpsuit. And and I said, oh, I think he's in prison for a drug charge. Well, I looked it up. No. Taylor's dad, Arturo, is in prison for SA of a 16-year-old girl. I'm sorry if I shouted. The stream here, I can't tell if I'm too loud or whatever. So, yeah, can you believe that? So, sentencing verdict. Yeah. Sentencing. So she got life in prison. They were kind of waffling whether or not she could be rehabilitated. And she can't. Which, again, Bella, although the dad, so I forget, does anybody remember who the guy was that spoke? So the 4 witnesses spoke. So it was the grandma, the second cousin, the dad, and then this doctor spoke for a while. And then there was 2 victim impact statements. The first guy called her shit business. So not shay business, shit business. So, and then when he was done speaking, the whole court, gallery started clapping. He's like, have fun in prison, shit business. Yeah. And, but then the father of Shad, the victim, said, Taylor, I forgive you for what you've done to my son. And, asked the judge to, consider giving her parole down the future. I thought that was very shocking that the dad would say that. Then the judge had asked if she wanted to say anything, and she very coldly said, no, I have nothing to say. Wish I could find that. I'm going to find it after I have a bite to eat. And I think, the father of Shad, the victim, said he forgave her. So there's a couple things I should probably snip and just make a real quick video. But the judge said, now, Taylor, here's, so the 4 witnesses, then the 2 victim impact statements, then the prosecuting attorney had his spiel, and then the defense attorney had his spiel, and then the judge said, oh, so, is there anything that you would like to say? Or do you have anything? And she goes, no, I don't. That was it. She had this big weird thing on her face. Somebody on the Rumble side said it's called a bite mask, I think it is. Bite bag. You wrong. It's called a bite bag. She's a danger, or else they wouldn't have her in a bite bag and double cuffs. Yeah, never heard of a bite bag before. I thought perhaps maybe it was because I know in Purse House's trial, they had an outbreak of the Rona again, although it's probably just the flu, which if you were here in the beginning, don't forget, for cold and flu season, vitamin C, zinc, plus quercetin. It's in the RFK book, which is also on my Rumble channel. That's on the public side. I forget which chapter it is, but quercetin, so zinc protects, zinc fights off infection, but zinc protects your cells from infection. That's why it's so important. But for people that start taking zinc after they've already gotten sick, zinc cannot penetrate those infected cells. Quercetin, however, does. It opens up the cells. So in the book, it's either in the book or it's in something I've heard or read. They liken quercetin to the gun. Zinc is a bullet, but you need the quercetin to open the cell up so that the zinc can get into the infected cells and clear it out. So vitamin C, quercetin, and zinc. That'll keep you at bay. And swizzle a little of that brown iodine up your nose. Oh, yeah. See, and I have asthma from, like right now, the pollen is really high here. Until it freezes. It's just, I'm so allergic to ragweed. Actually, my allergist back in the day, when I had all my allergy testing, you should have seen me before 2 years of I think it was 4 years of allergy shots. He almost took a picture of my hive because I was so allergic. He's like, this is textbook quality hive we've got here. It was huge. It's like a little pinprick on your arm. And by the time I had left my house, the hive was like from the middle of my arm all the way up to my elbow. It was humongous. So until it freezes, we've got a ragweed problem here. But oh my gosh. And then if you have to throw a mask on top of it, I just stay home. I couldn't do that. I feel like I suffocate. It's hard enough to breathe as it is. So immune suppressants. Yeah, if you can take vitamin C, those are the basics. Vitamin C, zinc, and quercetin. And again, my grandma was a nutritionist. I had never heard of quercetin until this whole thing happened. But B vitamins is another one I always take, B100. Alrighty, people. I think from my understanding is the Purse House closing arguments are going to be put on now after the Schabusiness sentencing was my understanding. So for now, I'm going to say goodbye. I am trying to switch between StreamYard and OBS. When I stream to both places simultaneously, I have to use StreamYard, which frankly, today wasn't too bad. I'm surprised. But I don't really have much. I think this is a trial one. So for now, I say goodbye. I'm going to have a bite to eat, fill up my tea here, and water. I'm out of both. Everything is empty. And we should be back up. I think I had the closing statements for Gareth Pursehouse at 1, so that didn't happen. I didn't know this was going to last 4 hours. Well, thank you very much, everyone. I really do love the fact that YouTube is growing so much. Yes, watch the Johnny Depp, and it's like 2.5 hours. Oh, no worries, Bella. If for some reason, okay, so the Purse House, like I said, the Purse House closing statements are supposed to be today. I'm assuming they're going to be put up on the Law and Crime channel. If not, yes, definitely go check out the Depp Heard, Surviving Amber Heard. All right, we will see you in a short while. Goodbye. Thank you.
Please remember, we're supposed to like and follow and share and comment below to help people like me grow our channel. I do appreciate it, although I'm starting to think